Game show, Mike. Thank Live from Appalachian Power Park in West Virginia, the home of the Charleston Dirty Birds, as the Blue Crabs are Well, fans, welcome to Appalachian Power Park in Charleston, West Virginia for Game 1 of a 3-game set between the Blue Crabs and the Dirty Birds. Blue Crabs are playing a doubleheader today as they will play 2, and then they'll play on Wednesday and Thursday as well. The Blue Crabs will go with Adrian Cook and Daryl Thompson as the 2 pitchers tonight. They'll face off against Alec Cassena and Max Tannenbaum in Games 1 and Games 2. I had a chance to catch up with Michael Baca for the pregame show. Baca had a big game yesterday. Let's hear what he had to say today. We're about to start a 3-game set with Charleston. Austin Rooney joined by Michael Baca for the pregame show. Mike, thanks for joining us.
I'm glad to be here, man. Thanks for having me.
All right, Michael. Well, you're hitting pretty well at the plate recently. Had a few hits in that last game. Are you thinking that the bat is starting to heat up at the right time now?
Definitely, but that's what it's all about. You know, it would be big for us just to all get going right now. You see that in baseball in general every year. A team that's usually one of the hotter teams going into postseason, not necessarily the best, but the hottest, they usually have success.
Yeah, the team is trying to get healthy at the right time as well, and due to a couple of injuries, especially Michael Belansky's, you found yourself in the 2 spot. Can you talk a little bit more about the mentality of hitting 2 as opposed to 9?
Well, 2 is just, I feel like you got a little more weight on your shoulders to be more of an offensive weapon, just overall. 2, you're looking for just more quality at bats because more often than not you're going to have guys on base, or you're going to be trying to get ahead early in the game, and you're also doing your job of seeing pitches in certain periods of time throughout the game, you know, if you need to, but you're just looking for a quality at bat in the 2-hole every day. And I did a lot of hitting in the 2-hole in college, and I think for me it's just a little more comfortable.
So where have you hit mostly? I know you say you hit 2 in college. You've been in the 9 spot this year. Is there a certain place in the lineup where you feel most comfortable?
I would say I think it's a little more comfortable batting from the 2-hole, just because throughout my entire college career, that's kind of what I did. And then in high school as well. But at the same time, you know, the 2-hole's got to be earned, and you got to be able to produce consistently. I think that's one of the bigger keys to being in the 1 and 2 holes, is not necessarily how much you produce, but just being very consistent. And right now I'm just trying to pick up the slack, you know, for the team, as far as being able to have a good 2-hole and lefty, righty, lefty, you know, in the front of the lineup, being able to switch it up there. And that's my main focus right now, is just to do the best that I can right now for the team in that 2-hole position, and then see where that goes from there.
Well, Michael, you're a very consistent defender, but you're also consistently in the lineup. You're there every single day. You barely had an off day all year. Does that help you being in the lineup constantly?
Definitely. I mean, I love playing every day. I have no problem with playing injured. I have no problem with playing sick. I think last time we were here, I was pretty sick, and I actually had a good series as far as offensively. That last series, that was also the same series. Crosby had a home run taken away, and I was tossed out of a ball game, you know. But yeah, I was sick last time I was here. But I love playing every day because, I mean, that's why I do this. That's why I play this game. I want to be in that lineup every day. I know that I can make something happen every day, whether it's on the offensive side or the defensive side. I feel like I can bring something to the game to make a difference. And obviously having a little bit of a down season on the offensive end, but, you know, it's baseball and things like that happen, and I'm looking forward to turning that around. But like you kind of mentioned earlier, just getting hot at the right time for the postseason. But position that I want. I don't care if it's at second base. I don't care if it's at third base, center field, even, you know, if I had to learn how to be a catcher. I want to be on the field every day, and that's just who I am. I feel like I can kind of lead the cause as far as being able to show up and be motivated every day when I'm doing that.
Well, Michael, you said, maybe you'll have to be a center fielder or a right fielder. I don't think you're going to be changing positions anytime soon. Your play on the defensive end's been quite strong. What leads to you being one of the best defensive shortstops in this league?
Hard work and consistency. I mean, that's kind of what I have always been instilled with my entire life in all sports and all things I do. I feel like West Texas, we're kind of built a little different out there because all of us want to work, and it's not just working at sports. It's literally everything that we do. We want to bring the integrity, we want to bring the respect, and we want to work hard at everything we do. And I had to compete against a bunch of guys like that growing up, and that only made me better. And from doing that, that's all I've ever done my entire career. When I was in college, just wanted to outwork everybody. When I was young in pro ball, just wanted to outwork everybody, and that's still the motto that I try to bring now. But I know that I make a bigger difference at shortstop, and so I'm usually working a lot more at being able to become better. When I'm training in the off season, I play basketball every day because I know that that's going to make me a better defender. When I'm out in shortstop, that's kind of the way I approach the ball being played. Is I try not to get down too low. I try not to stand up too high, but almost like a defender is trying to make a move, and I'm just trying to get in front of it and stop it and shut it down, move my feet as best I can. And that's something I always teach kids. The better you move your feet, the better infielder you're going to be. They always think about hands in the infield, but your hands are only as good as your feet.
I've never heard that, the basketball in the offseason, the defense, but it makes perfect sense. You talked a little bit about footwork and hands defensively. Do you have any other tips for any other young viewers who might be listening to the broadcast here as to what they should focus on defensively at shortstop?
It's simple. It really is that simple as far as feet. So playing all sports obviously help you improve in other areas in different sports. But I would say basketball, and even not even doing it, at school competitively, but just like in the parks and whatnot and against friends playing one-on-one games, you really, I think you're a basketball player, right?
I played a little in high school, yeah.
Yeah, and I think you understand to be a good defender in basketball, you have to be really good at moving your feet in tight places and changing direction. That's a big one for the middle infield. And I think doing things like that and also getting on the ladders. I think people associate ladders a lot more with soccer and football, but to be a good defender in defense and be a good defensive player in baseball, you have to do just the same in the infield. You have to move your feet just as much as you do in all those other sports, and it comes down to that. So I would say tip 1, move your feet. Tip 2, every day you play catch. Every single day you're on the line with your buddy and y'all are warming up. Just use 2 hands, especially for the second base shortstop. I do it every day still. When I'm warming up, when I'm throwing the ball, I just made it a habit to use 2 hands every time I catch that ball for the most part. And, you got throws that go to the sides of you and whatnot. You're using 1 hand, but when you get used to just using 2 hands for every single catch, then it becomes natural and you don't have to force it.
Well, that's it. Move your hands in the catch. Those are good words from Michael Baca. We've got to talk about doubleheaders now. This is the 8th doubleheader the Blue Crabs will play this season. They'll play a 9th against Lancaster at the end of the season. Is the mentality going into Game 1 different when you know you've got a second game coming up later that day?
Yeah, it is a little bit, but for the most part, we have a lot of the same guys from last year on the team. And last year, I think doubleheaders kind of saved us. That became our thing. We played a lot of doubleheaders last year, and it seemed like every time we had doubleheader day, we all played good, and we won every single doubleheader. We swept every doubleheader day. And like I said, that kind of brought us back into being able to make the postseason. It was all those doubleheaders because for some reason we just had that mentality as a team. And that starts from the top. Stan talks about playing every inning, playing every out, playing 9. It starts from Daryl Thompson, the pitching coach. Daryl is one of the biggest competitors that I've ever played any sport with. in general. And I mean, he's very competitive in baseball, but he's very competitive, I'm sure, in most things. But as a baseball player, I've never been around someone who competes like him and wants to win like him and loves the game like him. And that makes him better, but also that makes us around him better. And there's a lot of guys on the team that have that attitude as well. And so some of these guys, when they come out here, they'll take off the doubleheader days, or they'll take off maybe one of the games. Kind of you see them going through the motion, but we do a good job of being lit on fire and coming out here and playing hard.
Well, the doubleheader leads us into our trivia question today, which is, as I mentioned earlier, the Blue Crabs will play at least 9 doubleheaders this season. What's the most number of doubleheaders played in an MLB season in history?
Man, there's some places out there where it don't stop raining. I'm going to say probably 16.
46. Back in 1946, the Boston Braves played 46 doubleheaders.
Was it all because of rainouts?
I think it was partially because of rainouts. This is leading us into part 2 of this question, though, which is how many consecutive doubleheaders did they play at one point? It's the most consecutive doubleheaders ever in MLB history.
23. We'll go with Michael Jordan.
Played 9 consecutive doubleheaders. I guess they had a couple off days in between because they played 18 games over the course of 12 days.
Wow. That's incredible right there.
So now we're going to move on to our final topic, and this is sort of the give your opinion sort of segment. The question is, there's been a lot of talk right now about the MLB season moving from 162 games to 154 games to 120 to 100 to 80, or should they stick right at 162? How long should the MLB season be?
I'm going to say about 140 games. I wouldn't do it more than 150, but I would say 145 or something. 145 would be it.
And why is that the magic number?
Because I feel like 100 games, some teams, are just now finding that second leg throughout the second half. And you see guys start to improve, in the bullpens and just at the dish and stuff like that. And teams really coming around, kind of like the Orioles are doing right now. But at the same time, 160, 162, you're really pushing the bodies and being everyday guys and going out there and grinding through some workouts while you're playing and keeping your body right and stuff like that. It really takes a toll on the body. And if you want to see some longevity from guys like Mike Trout and big name players, then maybe cut it back a little bit for them.
That's certainly been one of the arguments, that if you shorten the season, you get to see more of the stars. You also probably get to see a little bit more of the star pitchers as well, because they have more off days in between games.
Yeah, that would be great. You're getting, especially for a game like baseball, a lot of times you show up as a fan and you don't even know if your person you're going to see or your favorite player is in the lineup that day, or if you're going to get to see him. And it puts the best squad out on the field every day more often than not, and you get a better show.
All right, Mike, thanks so much for joining us today.
Yep, thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, fans, today's ball game just about 30 minutes away. We're going to run you through the lineups and the pitching matchup and the defensive alignment in a couple of minutes, as we're going to send you to break. We'll be back for starting pitchers, lineups, and the defensive alignment when we come back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Ryan Haug, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Here we go.
Well, good afternoon, fans from Appalachian Power Park, and we are going to get set and ready to play some baseball. It's a doubleheader. The original start time was 5:30. There was a very quick passing thunderstorm that put down a lot of rain right around 5:10 or 5:15. It has delayed today's ball game to a 5:50 start time. Well, either way, the players warming up, stretching, and about ready to go for today's ball game. We played our interview with Michael Baca earlier, right around 4:45. We thought we'd let you listen again to that interview with Michael Baca. Gave a lot of interesting information about him and his time here, and what he does defensively, and even some tips on the defensive side of the ball. So
This is Ryan Howard, and you're listening
to Michael Baca and what he had to say earlier today.
to
Live from Appalachian Power Park in West Virginia, the home of the Charleston Dirty Birds, as the Blue Crabs are about to start a 3-game set with Charleston. Austin Rooney joined by Michael Baca for the pregame show. Mike, thanks for joining us.
I'm glad to be here, man. Thanks for having me.
All right, Michael. Well, you're hitting pretty well at the plate recently. Had a few hits in that last game. Are you thinking that the bat is starting to heat up at the right time now?
Definitely, but that's what it's all about. You know, it would be big for us just to all get going right now. You see that in baseball in general every year. A team that's usually one of the hotter teams going into postseason, not necessarily the best, but the hottest, they usually have success.
Yeah, the team is trying to get healthy at the right time as well, and due to a couple of injuries, especially Michael Belansky's, you found yourself in the 2 spot. Can you talk a little bit more about the mentality of hitting 2 as opposed to 9?
Well, 2 is just, I feel like you got a little more weight on your shoulders to be more of an offensive weapon, just overall. 2, you're looking for just more quality at bats, because more often than not, you're going to have guys on base, or you're going to be trying to get ahead early in the game. And you're also doing your job of seeing pitches in certain periods of time throughout the game, you know, if you need to, but you're just looking for a quality at bat in the 2-hole every day. And I did a lot of hitting in the 2-hole in college, and I think for me it's just a little more comfortable.
So where have you hit mostly? I know you say you hit 2 in college. You've been in the 9 spot this year. Is there a certain place in the lineup where you feel most comfortable?
I would say I think it's a little more comfortable batting from the 2-hole, just because throughout my entire college career, that's kind of what I did. And then in high school as well. But at the same time, you know, the 2-hole's got to be earned, and you got to be able to produce consistently. I think that's one of the bigger keys to being in the 1 and 2 holes, is not necessarily how much you produce, but just being very consistent. And right now I'm just trying to pick up the slack, you know, for the team, as far as being able to have a good 2 lefty, righty, lefty, you know, in the front of the lineup, being able to switch it up there. And that's my main focus right now, is just to do the best that I can right now for the team in that 2-hole position, and then see where that goes from there.
Well, Michael, you're a very consistent defender, but you're also consistently in the lineup. You're there every single day. You barely had an off day all year. Does that help you being in the lineup constantly?
Definitely. I mean, I love playing every day. I have no problem with playing injured. I have no problem with playing sick. I think last time we were here, I was pretty sick, and I actually had a good series as far as offensively. That last series, that was also the same series. Crosby had a home run taken away, and I was tossed out of a ball game, you know. But yeah, I was sick last time I was here. But I love playing every day, because I mean, that's why I do this. That's why I play this game. I want to be in that lineup every day. I know that I can make something happen every day, whether it's on the offensive side or the defensive side. I feel like I can bring something to the game to make a difference. And obviously having a little bit of a down season on the offensive end, but, you know, it's baseball and things like that happen, and I'm looking forward to turning that around. But like you kind of mentioned earlier, just getting hot at the right time for the postseason. But playing every day is the position that I want. I don't care if it's at second base. I don't care if it's at third base, center field, even, if I had to learn how to be a catcher. I want to be on the field every day, and that's just who I am. I feel like I can kind of lead the cause as far as being able to show up and be motivated every day when I'm doing that.
Well, Michael, you said, maybe you'll have to be a center fielder or a right fielder. I don't think you're going to be changing positions anytime soon. Your play on the defensive end's been quite strong. What leads to you being one of the best defensive shortstops in this league?
Hard work and consistency. I mean, that's kind of what I have always been instilled with my entire life in all sports and all things I do. I feel like West Texas, we're kind of built a little different out there because all of us want to work, and it's not just working at sports. It's literally everything that we do. We want to bring the integrity, we want to bring the respect, and we want to work hard at everything we do. And I had to compete against a bunch of guys like that growing up, and that only made me better. And from doing that, that's all I've ever done my entire career. When I was in college, just wanted to outwork everybody. When I was young in pro ball, just wanting to outwork everybody, and that's still the motto that I try and bring now. But I know that I make a bigger difference at shortstop, and so I'm usually working a lot more at being able to become better. When I'm training in the off season, I play basketball every day because I know that that's going to make me a better defender. When I'm out in shortstop, that's kind of the way I approach the ball being played. Is I try not to get down too low. I try not to stand up too high, but almost like a defender is trying to make a move, and I'm just trying to get in front of it and stop it and shut it down, move my feet as best I can. And that's something I always teach kids. The better you move your feet, the better infielder you're going to be. They always think about hands in the infield, but your hands are only as good as your feet.
I've never heard that, the basketball in the offseason, the defense, but it makes perfect sense. You talked a little bit about footwork and hands defensively. Do you have any other tips for any other young viewers who might be listening to the broadcast here as to what they should focus on defensively at shortstop?
It's simple. It really is that simple as far as feet. So playing all sports obviously help you improve in other areas in different sports. But I would say basketball, and even not even doing it, at school competitively, but just like in the parks and whatnot and against friends playing one-on-one games. I think you're a basketball player, right?
I played a little in high school, yeah.
Yeah, and I think you understand to be a good defender in basketball, you have to be really good at moving your feet in tight places and changing direction. That's a big one for the middle infield. And I think doing things like that and also getting on the ladders. I think people associate ladders a lot more with soccer and football, but to be a good defender in defense and be a good defensive player in baseball, you have to do just the same in the infield. You have to move your feet just as much as you do in all those other sports, and it comes down to that. So I would say tip 1, move your feet. Tip 2, every day you play catch. Every single day you're on the line with your buddy and y'all are warming up, just use 2 hands. Especially for the second base shortstop, I do it every day still. When I'm warming up, when I'm throwing the ball, I just made it a habit to use 2 hands every time I catch that ball, for the most part. And you got throws that go to the sides of you and whatnot. You're using 1 hand, but when you get used to just using 2 hands for every single catch, then it becomes natural and you don't have to force it.
Well, that's it. Move your feet, use 2 hands in the catch. Those are good words from Michael Baca. We've got to talk about doubleheaders now. This is the 8th doubleheader the Blue Crabs will play this season. They'll play a 9th against Lancaster at the end of the season. Is the mentality going into Game 1 different when you know you've got a second game coming up later that day?
Yeah, it is a little bit, but for the most part, we have a lot of the same guys from last year on the team. And last year, I think doubleheaders kind of saved us. That became our thing. We played a lot of doubleheaders last year, and it seemed like every time we had doubleheader day, we all played good, and we won every single doubleheader. We swept every doubleheader day. And like I said, that kind of brought us back into being able to make the postseason. It was all those doubleheaders because for some reason we just had that mentality as a team. And I mean, that starts from the top. You know, Stan talks about playing every inning, playing every out, playing 9. It starts from Daryl Thompson, the pitching coach. Daryl is one of the biggest competitors that I've ever played any sport with, in general. And I mean, he's very competitive in baseball, but he's very competitive, I'm sure, in most things. But as a baseball player, I've never been around someone who competes like him and wants to win like him and loves the game like him. And that makes him better, but also that makes us around him better. And there's a lot of guys on the team that have that attitude as well. And so some of these guys, when they come out here, they'll take off the doubleheader days, or they'll take off maybe one of the games. Kind of you see them going through the motion, but we do a good job of being lit on fire and coming out here and playing hard.
Well, the doubleheader leads us into our trivia question today, which is, as I mentioned earlier, the Blue Crabs will play at least 9 doubleheaders this season. What's the most number of doubleheaders played in an MLB season in history?
Man, there's some places out there where it don't stop raining. I'm going to say probably 16.
46. Back in 1946, the Boston Braves played 46 doubleheaders.
Was it all because of rainouts?
I think it was partially because of rainouts. This is leading us into part 2 of this question, though, which is how many consecutive doubleheaders did they play at one point? It's the most consecutive doubleheaders ever in MLB history.
23. I'll go with Michael Jordan.
Played 9 consecutive doubleheaders. I guess they had a couple off days in between because they played 18 games over the course of 12 days.
Wow. That's incredible right there.
So now we're going to move on to our final topic, and this is sort of the give your opinion sort of segment. The question is, there's been a lot of talk right now about the MLB season moving from 162 games to 154 games to 120 to 100 to 80, or should they stick right at 162? How long should the MLB season be?
I'm going to say about 140 games. I wouldn't do it more than 150, but I would say 145 or something. 145 would be it.
And why is that the magic number?
Because I feel like 100 games, some teams, are just now finding that second leg throughout the second half. And you see guys start to improve, in the bullpens and just at the dish and stuff like that. And teams really coming around, kind of like the Orioles are doing right now. But at the same time, 160, 162, you're really pushing the bodies and being everyday guys and going out there and grinding through some workouts while you're playing and keeping your body right and stuff like that. It really takes a toll on the body. And if you want to see some longevity from guys like Mike Trout and big name players, then maybe cut it back a little bit for them.
That's certainly been one of the arguments, that if you shorten the season, you get to see more of the stars. You also probably get to see a little bit more of the star pitchers as well, because they have more off days in between games.
Yeah, that would be great. You're getting, especially for a game like baseball, a lot of times you show up as a fan and you don't even know if your person you're going to see or your favorite player is in the lineup that day, or if you're going to get to see him. And it puts the best squad out on the field every day more often than not, and you get a better show.
All right, Mike, thanks so much for joining us today.
Yep, thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, we got a chance to listen to Michael Baca, some tips he had on the defensive end, his thought on how long the MLB season should be. He said at around 140. Well, we'll pose that question to you as well. We'll also go through that trivia question. If you missed it in the pregame show, we'll ask it again on the broadcast. Let's get into the starting lineups and the defensive alignment for both teams as we're just about to get underway here at Appalachian Power Park. Austin Rooney Happy to have you with us for the first of two in this evening's doubleheader. Well, the Blue Crabs actually are the home team for Game 1. It was a home game supposed to be played back at Regency Furniture Stadium. The two teams did not meet again, though, back at the Reg in Waldorf, so they only had one option. It was to play it here at Appalachian Power Park, and that's what they're going to do. The Blue Crabs will be playing as the home team for Game 1 of this doubleheader. They'll be back as the road team in Game 2. Well, because of that, let's run through the Dirty Birds starting lineup to get things going. It's Scott Kelly, he's in right field, who will lead things off. Nick Heath bats second, he's in center field. Edwin Espinal, a big bat, he's the third hitter in the lineup. Alfredo Gonzalez is the cleanup hitter, and Diego Gores bats fifth. He's at shortstop today. Devon Torrance is in left field, he bats sixth. Miles Williams, the DH, bats seventh. Yovan Gonzalez bats eighth, he's doing the catching. And Scotty Bertram is the shortstop. He bats ninth. The Blue Crabs defensive alignment here for Game 1 of this doubleheader. It's Jack Sundberg in left, Zach Collier in center, Braxton Lee is in right. In the infield, it's Alex Crosby at third, Michael Baca at shortstop, Ian Yetzko is at second base, and Jared Walker at first. Joe DeLuca will be doing the catching for Game 1, Mike Falsetti for Game 2. The starting pitcher for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, Adrian Cook, the right-hander who was moved temporarily to the bullpen, didn't actually make an appearance out of the pen, though, and has been brought back to the rotation for a spot start here in Game 1 of this doubleheader. The Blue Crabs will turn to Daryl Thompson in Game 2. Well, let's go through the Blue Crabs starting lineup now. It's Jack Sundberg who will lead things off. He's out in left field. Michael Baca bats second. Braxton Lee, the three-hitter today, he's back in right. Jared Walker is the cleanup hitter for the Blue Crabs. Alex Crosby bats fifth. Zach Collier bats sixth. Joe DeLuca, again, doing the catching. He bats seventh. The only one who's not in the field is the DH, of course. Matt Hibbert is the designated hitter tonight. He bats eighth. And Ian Yetzko bats ninth. He's at second base. The starting pitcher for the Charleston Dirty Birds in Game 1 of the doubleheader, Alec Casina. Casina 0-3 with a 12.43 ERA. His last time out, it wasn't pretty. 3 2/3 innings, 11 hits, 8 earned runs, a home run, a walk, and 5 strikeouts. For Adrian Cook last time out, that wasn't great either. 4 2/3 innings, 8 hits, 10 runs, 7 walks, and the 2 strikeouts. For Game 2, it will be Daryl Thompson against Max Tannenbaum. Seems like both teams saved their top starter for Game 2. Thompson comes in with a 12-3 record, a 3.69 ERA. He'll face off against Max Tannenbaum, who is 2-4 with a 4.96 ERA. A couple storylines to look for today. First of all, it's Jack Sundberg, who has a 30-game on-base streak. Funny enough, his batting average during that streak just 286, and his on-base percentage is lower than his season average. We'll step aside briefly for the national anthem and be back with the first pitch. little bit of Zombie Nation to get us going as we're just about ready for game one. Adrian Cook takes the mound, and Joe DeLuca will be the catcher in game one of this contest. Let's run you through a couple of bigger storylines today. We mentioned the 30-game on-base streak for Jack Sundberg. The Blue Crabs are also chasing history right now. They have 20 games remaining in the regular season. A 15-5 record to finish would be the best winning percentage in Atlantic League history. Blue Crabs have some work to do, though. Not only do they have to finish 15-5, but they're also a game back right now behind Gastonia, who are 77-37 on the season. Austin Rooney, happy to have you with us. We're just about ready to go. The rain has cleared, sunny skies overhead. It was a torrential downpour this morning, but the rain has passed, and we're ready for some baseball. Let's give you the numbers on Adrian Cook, as he has a 9.28 earned run average, an 0-2 record on the season. Had a really, really tough first start, where he went a third of an inning, 4 hits, 7 runs, 6 earned. The walks have been an issue this year. There's no question about it. He has walked 24 batters in 21 innings compared to just 13 strikeouts in that time span. The walks flared up in each of the last 2 games he's pitched in. He's walked 12 batters over the last 10 2/3. The hits numbers, not quite as much of an issue. He's allowed 23 hits over 21 1/3, which isn't where you'd want it, but considering where the walks numbers are, it's not as much of an issue for Adrian Cook. Well, the righty looks to get back on the right track this afternoon. It's only a 7-inning game, and based on what we've seen from Stan Clyburn throughout the course of this season, he's been happy to allow his starters to go the entire distance, all 7 innings in a game. Eddie Butler, for whatever reason, has pitched in virtually every doubleheader. He won't pitch tonight, as Daryl Thompson will get the start in game 2. Well, we've been delayed long enough. It's just about 6 p.m. on the East Coast, and we're ready to get underway. The Toast Man is here. He'll be throwing out some toast over the course of today's ball game. It's already up there and ready. Maybe we'll get some up here in the broadcast booth as Adrian Cook on the rubber. It's Scott Kelly who has stepped in. And Kelly now steps out. Well, Scott, come on now. Let's get back and get going in this ball game. You know, it's supposed to be a 5:30 start. It's hit 6 p.m. now on the East Coast officially. Adrian Cook into the windup. The first pitch is up and in, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. We're glad you could join us on this Tuesday evening. You don't only get 1 game, you get 2 today. 1-0 pitch called strike. That's right down Broadway for Scott Kelly, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. The Blue Crabs come into this ball game with a 75-37 record. They are 27-19 in the second half. And now the 1-1 pitch, a little bit low, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. In the second half, the Blue Crabs have a 27-19 record. They remain 4.5 games back of the Lancaster Barnstormers. 2-1. Swinging a ground ball over to shortstop. Fielded by Baca right around bell tie. He fires to first in time. And there is 1 away. Adrian Cook has stayed with a fastball. He's someone who can hit 92 and 93. He's been right around 91 in this first batter. Here comes Nick Heath. He's the 2-hitter in the lineup. Heath foot into the lefty batter's box. Over the head, the windup, and the pitch. It's a called strike, and the count 0-1 as it clips the outside corner to Nick Heath. Defense playing Heath virtually straight up. This is not a Blue Crabs team that does a lot of shifting. As the 0-1 pitch is low and in, count 1 ball and 1 strike.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Well, I mean, if they're not doing all that much shifting, it might be getting ready for next year's MLB rules as the 1-1 pitch. Up and in, count 2-1. Or Major League Baseball appears poised to move toward no shifting next year. I'd imagine that will be defined as you cannot have more than 2 infielders on either side of the bag, of the second base bag, that is. 2-1 pitch now from Cook. On the ground, foul, first base side, count 2-2. In addition to that, I'd imagine that the second baseman can't be out in shallow right field as well. I'm not exactly sure where the parameters would be drawn, but I'd have to think that is a change Major League Baseball will also make as part of that shift. The pitch clock coming in, and now the 2-2 offering. A little bit low in the count, 3-2. I am someone who's a big fan of the double hook designated hitter, the rule they have here in the Atlantic League. I think it adds just a small twist into the designated hitter rule. Pitch, swinging a high fly ball, shallow right field, left field, long run for Sundberg. He moves in and makes the catch right around shoulder height for the second out. So quickly, 2 up and 2 down from Adrian Cook, and I'd say probably the most promising part about this start has been that he's throwing strikes to the first 2 batters here, especially considering that throwing strikes was his biggest trouble coming into this ball game. And it is Edwin Espinal who digs in from the left side. The big first baseman for the Dirty Birds. And the first pitch, up and away, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Espinal, a home run threat here at home. He's hit 4 home runs. And the pitch, that's low. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. Across the course of the season, Espinal hitting .243 with Charleston, 7 home runs. He hit 2 on the road in Southern Maryland. Pitch on the ground over to second. Yetzko fields and tosses to first base in plenty of time as Espinal was jogging about 50% pace over to first, and that's the final out. The Charleston Dirty Birds go down in order, 1, 2, 3. We're finished with the top of the first inning. It's the Blue Crabs, nothing, and the Dirty Birds, nothing on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
International Air Airport and the Charleston Dirty Birds are looking to hook you up.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
go to the bottom of the first inning as Jack Sundberg will step in from the left side. Sundberg comes into this game with a .261 batting average. 3 home runs on the year, and the first pitch is low and in for ball 1 from Alec Casina. Again, Casina really struggled his last time out. Went 3 2/3 innings, allowing 11 hits. Pitch, that one's a called strike at the knees on Sundberg in the count 1-1. 3 2/3 innings, 11 hits, 8 earned runs. He only walked 1, allowed 5 strikeouts. 11 hits over 3 2/3 though. 1-1 pitch, check swing, did he go? No, he did not. And the count 2-1. Well, just to give you an idea there, hitters went 500 against Casina his last time out. It's not even mentioning the walk. On base percentage north of 500. 2-1 pitch. Away, count 3-1. Pitch was close. And now, Jack Sundberg, who has a 30-game hit streak going, with 3 balls in the count, has a chance to reach in his first time to the plate. Here's the pitch. Low and in, ball 4. Make it 31 games. Jack Sundberg extends his on-base streak to get things going. And there's a runner on first base with nobody out. A leadoff walk issued by Alec Casina. And Michael Baca will come to the plate. Let's run through the Blue Crabs starting lineup. Talked about this back in the pregame show, but it's worth running through yet again. And the first pitch, a little bit low and away. It was close, but it misses in the count 1-0. Jack Sundberg led off with a walk. The second hitter, Michael Baca, stands in. Braxton Lee bats third. Jared Walker, the cleanup hitter. Alex Crosby bats fifth. 1-0 pitch. Called strike on the inner half in the count, 1-1 strike. Alex Crosby bats fifth. Zach Collier in the sixth spot. Joe DeLuca bats seventh. Matt Hibbert, the only one not in the field. He's the DH tonight. And Ian Yetzko bats ninth. One pitch, line drive, shallow left field. Now it's going to go back, and it's the right fielder. Scott Collier reaches up and makes the catch. Jack Sundberg scampers back to the bag at first. And there's a runner on first with 1 out after the fly out to right from Michael Baca, who struck the ball rather well, but not enough for a base hit. Well, here comes Braxton Lee. Braxton Lee hitting .312. Best average, second best average on the team. Pitch, that's low and in, and the ball gets past the catcher. But it's not enough for Jack Sundberg to advance as he was already stealing on the pitch, and then it got past the catcher for the Charleston Dirty Birds, Jovan Gonzalez. Sundberg forced to stay at second. I'd imagine that goes down as a stolen base, though. Would have gone down as a wild pitch, but Sundberg was going. 1-0 pitch. Called strike at the belt in the count 1-1. 1 out, runner on second base in a scoreless ball game in the bottom of the first inning. And what will be the first of 2 games today. 2 7-inning ball games. 1-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss, count 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. And the toast man yells about firing up the toasters, so we'll have to see on that. We talked about his accuracy last time we were here in Charleston. It was spotty. 1-2 pitch, a little low, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. But he did end up getting one of the pieces of toast into the broadcast booth up here, which was pretty solid. Sort of got to throw it like a frisbee, I think.
can't say that I am all that adept at throwing toast. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Line drive back to the netting, and the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. In a scoreless ball game in the bottom of the first inning from Charleston, West Virginia. The rolling hills in the background, the Capitol building in foul territory down the right field line. Pitch, swing and a miss, a really nice breaking ball from Alec Casino. Strikes out Jack Sundberg. And now the toast man's going to start throwing some toast. There aren't that many fans here in the lower deck, so it's kind of tough for the fans to make the catch. And the toast man has just gone 0 for 3. I make it 1 for 4. This one sails past the fan. He's 1 for 5. Oh, another completion. He's got 2 for 6 now. He's thrown just like Frisbees as Jared Walker comes to the plate with 2 outs. 2 for 6 on that drive from the toast man. It's college football about to get back in action as the first pitch is a called strike. If you're wondering who is this toast man, what's going on? Well, every time the Charleston Dirty Birds strike out an opposing batter, they got a guy down there in the front row who cooks toast in a toaster. And it looks like he cooked some before the start of the game, and he throws them out at fans. Managed to throw one into my booth last time around. Count 0-1 on Walker. Pitch, that's low, and the count 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Runner on second base for the Blue Crabs. It's Jack Sundberg, who reached on a walk and then stole second base. Count 1-1 to Jared Walker. The lefty who leads this team in home runs does not have a home run in the month of August, though. As we're here on August 30th, summer coming to a close. Hard to believe it. 1-1 pitch. A little bit back up and in, and the count 2-1. Kids getting back to school. You're seeing all the back to school commercials, the whole bit. 2 balls, 1 strike, and 2 outs. The pitch. Oh, it's a called strike. That one might have been a little off the outer edge, but a called strike nonetheless. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Adrian Cook topped out at 92.3 miles an hour back in the first inning. The velocity for Alec Casino in the upper 80s. Average of 87 miles per hour on the fastball. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Hard line drive foul, first base side, and the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes on Jared Walker. Casino will throw the 20th pitch of the inning to the lefty. Bring you around the diamond defensively. Devon Torrance in left. Nick Heath in center. Scott Kelly in right. At third base, it's Alfredo Gonzalez. Diego Goris is at shortstop. Scotty Bertram at second. Edwin Espinal is at first. And Yovan Gonzalez does the catching for Alec Casino. 2-2 pitch. Low and in. Nicely blocked by Yovan Gonzalez. And the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Your umpiring crew, Andy McPherson behind home plate. Greg Losh at first. And Tom Disharoon at third. Walker taps home plate twice. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swinging a line drive, center field. That ball drops in front of the center fielder, Nick Heath, for a base hit. Sundberg around third. He'll score. It's an RBI single for Jared Walker. And the Blue Crabs pick up a run in the bottom of the first inning. RBI single from Jared Walker puts the Blue Crabs on the board. They're not done yet with Alex Crosby coming to the plate. Let's see if it was called a stolen base or a pass ball or a wild pitch. No, it is a stolen base for Sundberg. His 40th on the year, and every stolen base from here on out sets a new Blue Crabs record.
as he broke the previous record of 37 stolen bases in a season. First pitch to Alex Crosby. That's low, and the count 1-0. RBI single for Jared Walker, who's starting to heat up at the plate. Was 2 for 7 in the last series. 1 for 4 with 2 RBI triple. 1-0 pitch. That's low and in. Count 2-0. 1 for 4 was in his last ball game on Sunday afternoon. Count 2 balls and no strikes now on Crosby. Blue Crabs, 1 run on 1 hit. The RBI single for Jared Walker following the walk to Jack Sundberg. 2-0 pitch. That's away. Count 3-0. Now, typically, the last thing you want to do is run into your bullpen for a doubleheader. But with only 7-inning games, as long as that starting pitcher goes 5 innings, you should be just fine. Only 2 innings of work for the bullpen. Pitch, called strike, and the count 3-1. If the pitchers go 6 innings in each contest, you only need 2 innings out of your bullpen. And typically, if a pitcher goes 6 innings in a ball game, you need 3. So if you have a couple guys go 6 innings, the bullpen might actually be getting less work than they normally do. 3-1 pitch. Walker going on the pitch, but it's fouled off, and the count 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Jack Sundberg, the game's first run on an RBI single from Jared Walker. Well, Walker will be going on the 3-2. That much, I think, is clear. (3-2) foul back to the netting. And we'll do it again. This will be the 28th pitch of the first inning from Alec Casino. And there's still plenty of time to get those numbers back in the right direction. And we've seen what he can do. The strikeout to Braxton Lee was outstanding. A terrific breaking ball that got him to bite. 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Second strikeout of the first from Alec Casino, but he does surrender a run. An RBI single from Jared Walker gives the Blue Crabs a 1-0 lead at the end of the first inning on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Alex Crosby, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
At Fairway Independent Mortgage Corporation, mortgages are what they do, not who they are. Fairway Mortgage Corporation is a proud partner of the American Warrior Initiative. A key part of this initiative is to educate, encourage, and inspire Americans to give back to our military. Visit their website at www.americanwarriorinitiative.com for more details. Our military fought to protect the American dream. Let's help them live it.
ready to go here in the top of the second inning. The Blue Crabs have a 1-0 lead over the Charleston Dirty Birds. Alfredo Gonzalez comes to the plate. He'll be followed by Diego Goris and Devon Torrance. And the first pitch a little bit low and away, and the count 1 ball and no strike. Adrian Cook, 1-0 pitch. Called strike, outside corner, count 1 ball and 1 strike. Cook went a 1-2-3 inning in the first. Ground out from Kelly, a fly out from Heath, and a ground out from Espinal. Nothing all that hard hit either. 1-1 delivery. Low, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. This is a team for the Charleston Dirty Birds who has fallen out of playoff contention. Line drive on the 2-1 pitch into left field for a base hit. Bounces twice before going into Sundberg's glove. And there's a runner on first base with nobody out. Let's go back to that last point on the wild card standings. Charleston 14.5 out in the wild card. In the South Division, they're 11 back of Gastonia at 20-26. 20-26 isn't terrible.
Diego Goris.
They go Diego Go signs and chants. Going here on the first pitch, called or swinging strike, I should say. The count 0-1 on Diego Goris. We're glad you could join us on a rather sunny evening in Charleston, West Virginia. 0-1. A little low and away. Count 1-1. Blue Crabs going Adrian Cook in game 1. In game 2, Darryl Thompson. Before games 3 and 4 will be Alcis Herrera and Alex Marathew. And the 1-1 pitch, a little bit low. The count 2-1. Dirty Birds looking to pick up a midweek victory after they've really struggled across the majority of this season with a pitching staff that's been inconsistent. 2-1 pitch, called strike, count 2-2. And pitching really is so important. You look at so many teams that have struggled not only in Major League Baseball but in the Atlantic League as well, where they don't have consistent pitching staffs. They don't have a firm starting rotation. They're using guys for spot starts constantly. It's one of the big differences in this league. 2-2 pitch, low and away, and the count 3-2. What the Blue Crabs have been able to do as far as a starting rotation is concerned is really impressive. Between having that consistent piece of Darryl Thompson at the top of the order, and then Alex Marathew, who's been that second guy for large portions of this season. 3-2 pitch. On the ground, foul, third base side. Off the bat of Diego Goris, in the count 3-2. But to have Thompson, Marathew, and then Lamson 1, 2, and 3, and then have your 5-year MLB vet in Blue Crabs' fourth starter, Eddie Butler, and also going with Alcis Herrera, who's been good in limited time. That's a really strong 5-man rotation. 3-2 is low, it's ball 4. And there's a runner on first and second now with nobody out. Not a terrible walk that time from Adrian Cook. The worry is that it starts to spiral and becomes more than one walk. All those pitches were rather close, were strategic in some sense of trying to induce a swing, and that last pitch didn't miss by much, just a few inches out of the zone. The velocity not quite where it was back in the first thing when he was throwing 91, 92. It's been 88, 89 here in the second. Runner on second base, that's Alfredo Gonzalez who singled. First pitch a little away in the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Diego Goris, meanwhile, on first base after walking. Here's Devon Torrance. And he shows bunt, he does bunt, foul, third base side, and Blue Crabs pitching coach Gerald Thompson picks it up. A 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out. And it's a major benefit to have 7-inning doubleheaders as opposed to the 9-inning doubleheaders, especially with regard to the bullpen situation. 1-1 pitch. Called strike in the count, 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody out on Devon Torrance from Adrian Cook, who has struggled here in the second inning. A leadoff single to left prior to a walk issued to Diego Goris after a 1-2-3 first. 1-2 pitch, up and away in the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Following Devon Torrance, Charleston will send Miles Williams to the plate and then Jovan Gonzalez. 2-2. Ooh, awfully close, but the home plate umpire, that's Andy McPherson, said that isn't quite a strike. It was close, but not quite a strike. Have to see what our TrackMan technology has to say about that call. 3-2 delivery. That's called strike 3 as Devon Torrance goes down looking, and there is 1 away.
Now batting. Designated hitter number 15.
Here comes Miles Williams. Adrian Cook, an inning and 2/3, an inning and 1/3 so far. A hit, a walk. In the meantime, he struck out 1 and walked 1. No runs home yet, but 2 on the base paths for Devon Torrance. Or I beg your pardon, for Miles Williams. First pitch to Williams, up and in, count 1-0. One ball, no strikes on Miles Williams. Adrian Cook pitched briefly in the Mexican League before being added by the Blue Crabs. 1-0 pitch on the ground, foul. Third base side. It's always interesting to see where some players come from. It was Stan Clyburn who was talking to me earlier about Alcis Herrera, who will get the start tomorrow. And Stan Clyburn was just saying that, Joe DeLuca played with him a lot in Panama last winter, and he said great things about him. And it's interesting how sometimes that's the way things work out, and you end up picking up a player. 1-1 pitch is low, and the count 2-1. He said he watched a lot of film on him and liked what he saw. And Herrera now becoming another starter in the Blue Crabs rotation. And now the 2-1 pitch low, count 3 balls and 1 strike. 3 balls. First and second now for the Dirty Birds. A single from Gonzalez, a walk to Goris, pitch, swinging a high fly ball, deep left field. This ball back at the warning track. It's off the scoreboard, and a 3-run home run. About 3/4 the way up the video board in left field. That ball was crushed Off the bat of Miles Williams, who smokes a 3-run home run about 3/4 of the way up that video board. Oh my, that was one of the furthest balls I've seen hit all year. And he knew it was gone right off the bat. A 3-run shot, and the Charleston Dirty Birds have a 3-1 lead. And Jovan Gonzalez will come to the plate. He is the 8-hitter. Well, after a speedy 1-2-3 first inning, it's been a tough go of things. And the first pitch now to Jovan Gonzalez, drilled down the left field side. It's Jack Sundberg who jumps on his horse and tracks it down on the warning track. Very well struck by Jovan Gonzalez, but Sundberg gets there. Here comes Scotty Burcham, a 3-1 Charleston lead all of a sudden with 2 outs in the top of the second inning. A single from Alfredo Gonzalez, a walk to Diego Goris, strikeout on Devin Torrance as the first pitch a little bit low. Beg your pardon, it's Devon Torrance. And then Miles Williams, a 3-run shot belted to left center. It's 3-1 Charleston. Pitch on the ground over to the third base side. Shortstop Baca fields on the backhand. He throws the first in time. Well, Alex Crosby tried to field that on the forehand. Instead, a terrific defensive play by Michael Baca, who fields it on the backhand, fires and throws the first in time for the final out. Well, that ends the top of the second inning, but not before the Dirty Birds strike 3 times on a 3-run shot off the bat of Miles Williams. The Blue Crabs trail 3-1 as we go to the bottom of the second inning.
This is Nick Wells, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Come stay at the Holiday Inn Express Waldorf, where teamwork makes the dream work. A proud sponsor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and your home away from home. The Holiday Inn Express is located at 11,370 Days Court. That's 11370 Days Court, Waldorf, near the Waldorf Shoppers World Shopping Center. Call 301-932-9200 to make a reservation or look us up at ihg.com or on the IHG app. Come put your feet up and enjoy the complimentary free breakfast and indoor heated pool at the Holiday Inn Express, Waldorf. Bottom of the second inning, and it's the Blue Crabs who come to the plate at Appalachian Power Park. First pitch, called strike on the outside corner, and the count 0-1. Zach Collier, who gets things going. Collier will be followed by DeLuca and Hibbert here in the bottom of the second inning, and it is the bottom of the second inning. The Blue Crabs playing as the home team on the road. As the 0-1 pitch, check swing, did he go? They motion down to third base. And a third base umpire, that's Tom Disharoon, says no, he did not. And the count, one ball and 1 strike. For Charleston, 3 runs on 2 hits. For the Blue Crabs, 1 run on 1 hit.
And the 1-1 pitch, ground ball, first base side. It's fielded by Edwin Espinal, who flips to the pitcher covering. That's Alec Casina. And there's one away. And that was an interesting sound effect they've got here at Appalachian Power Park. It's the windows shutting down jingle. Da-da-da. It was not a perfect imitation, I can tell you that much. But you get the idea. And I guess whenever an opposing player is retired, it's one of the sound effects that they go with. As Joe DeLuca will step in with one away in the bottom of the second. Blue Crabs got the opening run on a Jared Walker single to center field. Zach Collier then grounded out. Pitch to DeLuca in there for a called strike, and the count 0-1. Meanwhile, Jack Sundberg has seen his on-base streak up to 31 games after reaching here in Game 1 of this series, of this ball game. Oh, 0-1 delivery. DeLuca shows bunt and bunts foul, was looking for a base hit as they are shifting him rather heavily. The shortstop, Diego Goris, on the first base side of second. Meanwhile, the second baseman, Scotty Burcham, is angled toward the hole. Not all that deep. I'm not quite sure how effective this shift really is. Without Scotty Burcham all that deep, there's still quite a solid hole there. The right field side. 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss.
That's another Gilmore strike.
Alec Casino with his third strikeout of the ball game as he gets Joe DeLuca swinging. And there are two away. Here comes Matt Hibbert. He'll be followed by Ian Yetzko if necessary here in the bottom of the second inning. It's a toast man. He's still got some toast. He's got to start putting some more in maybe, but hopefully the Blue Crabs don't strike out all that much more today. Pitch a little bit of low and away. The count 1-0. 1 ball, no strikes on Matt Hibbert as the Dirty Birds have a 3-1 lead in the bottom of the second inning. 1-0. That's low. Count 2 balls and no strikes. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the second inning. Charleston Dirty Birds scored 3 runs on a 3-run home run off the bat of Miles Williams. 2-0 pitch to Hibbert. Line drive, softly hit, right field side. It falls for a base hit in front of the charging Scott Kelly. It's a check swing base hit for Matt Hibbert, and that's just the way things are going for the righty. When things are going your way, they just keep on coming in bunches right there. And Matt Hibbert with a base hit to see his batting average jump north of 250 yet again. He was down at 196 just a few weeks ago, but here in the month of August, a 333 batting average and an on-base percentage that's creeping towards 500. And the pitch to Ian Yetzko, a fastball. He swings over it. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. A hefty swing off the bat of Ian Yetzko, who's hitting 253 right now on the year. The ability to have someone like Hibbert who can be consistent at the plate, and another addition to that outfield, really quite important. 0-1 pitch is up and away. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Ian Yetzko. Runner on first base, 2 outs. It's Matt Hibbert who singled earlier in the inning. A check swing that was popped into shallow right and fell for a hit. Not what he was intending to do on that swing, but I guess it works. See if we can get some numbers on the exit velocity. Just 66 miles per hour off the bat from Matt Hibbert, one of the slowest hit balls. Actually, it is the slowest hit ball all day, but makes its way into right for a base hit. Miles Williams home run, 108 miles per hour. 1-1 pitch to Yetzko, up and away, count 2-1. Yetzko's become the everyday second baseman
with Wolanski out. He's scheduled to be reevaluated on Friday. Blue Crabs hope if everything goes well, he could be cleared this weekend. Be a big boost over that final 12-game road trip. 2-1 pitch, runs inside, but just a couple of inches on Ian Yetzko on the count. 3 balls and 1 strike. Not to say that Yetzko hasn't been a good replacement. He has been. He's hit the long ball as well. And what Yetzko's going for here is some consistent at-bats after Wolanski gets back. I mean, I think everybody knows that once Wolanski comes back into this lineup, he'll be getting consistent at-bats. 3-1 pitch. That's a ground ball over to short. The shortstop Goris to second for the final out. Just that to finish that final point. It's Wolanski's job once he comes back, but if Yetzko can continue to hit the ball relatively well, I think he'll find himself with some at-bats down the stretch and possibly into the postseason. Well, that ends the second inning. The Blue Crabs strand 1 at the end of 2. It's Charleston 3 and Southern Maryland 1 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Ian Yetzko, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Are you in the market for a new roof? Well, give William Richmond Inc. a call and get serviced by Southern Maryland's premier roofing contractor. Locally owned and operated, William Richmond Inc. is licensed, bonded, and insured, and has a 5-star rating on HomeAdvisor. They care about their work almost as much as they care about your home. Call 443-432-3426 today for a free estimate, or go to williamrichmondinc.com. Don't forget to mention the Blue Crabs and save 10% on any service. Come stay at the Holiday Inn Express Waldorf, where teamwork makes the dream work. A proud sponsor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and your home away from home. The Holiday Inn Express is located at 11,370 Days Court. That's 11370 Days Court, Waldorf, near the Waldorf Shoppers World Shopping Center. Call 301-932-9200 to make a reservation, or look us up at ihg.com or on the IHG app. Come put your feet up and enjoy the complimentary free breakfast and indoor heated pool at the Holiday Inn Express, Waldorf. Here's the first pitch now from Adrian Cook. It's a called strike to Scott Kelly as we are underway in the top of the third inning. The Blue Crabs trail the Charleston Dirty Birds 3-1. A 3-run home run by Miles Williams is the difference right now. As the 0-1 pitch, that one gets past the catcher DeLuca to the backstop to Scott Kelly, the leadoff man for the Dirty Birds. The Blue Crabs again with Adrian Cook here in Game 1.
And Darrell Thompson in game 2, 1-1 pitch comes way up and in, and it actually clips Kelly on his upper back, maybe? I don't think it actually hit him. Scott Kelly had no idea it hit him. He sort of looked puzzled, and then he tossed the bat, and DeLuca is arguing with the home plate umpire. That's apparently not going to be a difference. Well, now it's Stan Cliver who's going to come out to challenge the call or see what he could do for Andy McPherson, the home plate umpire. I mean, that ball, I don't think it hit Scott Kelly at all. I mean, Scott Kelly got out of the way, and the home plate umpire said, no, it hit him. And Scott Kelly didn't think it hit him. He just sort of looked around and said, well, I guess I'm going to first base. I think the reaction from Scott Kelly tells the story here. Short lead off of first base from Kelly. Reaches on the hit by pitch. So far, just one walk and one hit batsman from Adrian Cook as the first pitch is up and away for ball 1 to Nick Heath. Top of the third, 3-1, Charleston. Both teams have 2 hits, but it's a big hit for Charleston. That's the difference in this one. 3-run home run from Miles Williams. The RBI coming from Jared Walker back in the first inning. Scored Jack Sundberg. As Adrian Cook tosses to first base, easily back in time, it's Scott Kelly. Nick Heath, he'll be followed by Edwin Espinal. And the pitch, that's driven foul back behind home plate to that netting area. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Here in Appalachian Power Park, the netting does extend over the dugout, but not past the dugout. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch to Heath. It's low in the dirt. DeLuca picks it effectively and prevents it from getting by him with the count 2 balls and a strike now. And still nobody out in the top of the third inning. The pitch count for Adrian Cook starting to spike. 44 pitches, just 21 strikes across 2+ innings of work. And the pitch, foul ball off the inside of his right ankle on the count, 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out on the lefty Nick Heath, who is 0 for 1, a 194 batting average for the lefty. And he's still hitting in that 2 spot, which is a little surprising to be completely honest. Interestingly enough, though, was Miles Williams, who had a 3-run home run earlier in this ball game, who's hitting just 153. 2-2 pitches, low and away, and it's 3-2 now on Williams. I beg your pardon, on Heath. The fastball velocity has been 87 to 90 here in the inning. That last one, a slider at 83. Here's the pitch on the ground, through the hole on the right side. Runner was going on the pitch. Scott Kelly from first to third. And there are runners on the corners with nobody out for the Charleston Dirty Birds. Well, let's see if the Blue Crabs start to explore the bullpen here in the third inning, especially with the ball game. Last thing you want to do is see this game really slip out of reach early on with a large deficit, and it doesn't help that Edwin Espinal, who's got the biggest power bat on this team, steps in. He smoked actually a trio of home runs at Regency Furniture Stadium, 1 opposite field and 2 blasts to right. First pitch, he popped him up. Foul territory. Jared Walker giving chase over toward the railing, and it falls about 3 or 4 rows deep. Jared Walker couldn't get it. It ricocheted back to him. He tossed it to a fan, and the fan dropped it. Came back into the field of play.
And it was ultimately the first base umpire who saved the day, Greg Losh. And the third base umpire today, Tom Disharoon. Andy McPherson behind the plate. Count, no balls and 1 strike. And Cook tosses over to first base to check on Nick Heath. With Scott Kelly on third. Runners on the corners, 1 out. So far, across 2 innings of work, Cook with 1 strikeout. He's allowed 3 hits, walked 1 and hit 1. And Edwin Espinal calls time. It's a really strong start to this ball game from Adrian Cook. 1-2-3 first inning. A ground out, a fly out, and a ground out to Kelly, Heath, and Espinal. But the second inning, things started to falter a little bit. A single, a walk, and a 3-run home run. And then here in the third, a hit by pitch and a single. Count 0-1 on Espinal. Looks like somebody was taking too long, and home plate umpire Andy McPherson says, oh, we're going to pause things. And now Joe DeLuca trots out to the mound to have a chat with Adrian Cook and try to settle things down. As the Blue Crabs won 3 consecutive games coming into this ball game, was their first sweep of the second half, although the team is 26-19. Beg your pardon, 27-19. But sweeps have been hard to come by. A lot of 2 out of 3s earlier in this half. I beg your pardon, there was a sweep. Actually, a couple. The Long Island Ducks, the Blue Crabs swept them in July, and a 2-game sweep of Lancaster as well. None in August, though. The first sweep in the month of August, as the Blue Crabs win all 3 against the York Revolution. 0-1 pitch fouled off. First base side, and the count 0-2. Blue Crabs have swept 8 teams. That was actually their 9th, and they have not been swept yet this season. And the pitch, ground ball. This one up the middle for a base hit. Past the diving reach of Yetzko and out of the reach of Baca as well. It's an RBI single for Edwin Espinal as Scott Kelly comes in and scores from third base. It's a 4-1 lead for the Charleston Dirty Birds. Nick Heath from first to second. And it is a 4-1 Dirty Birds advantage. As the last thing you want here is for things to start to spiral for Adrian Cook here in the third. As Charleston has a 4-1 lead over the Blue Crabs. Again, Adrian Cook getting the spot start, who was moved back into the bullpen temporarily. Didn't actually get any action in the bullpen, so he's back to the starting rotation for the spot start. And the first pitch to Alfredo Gonzalez. Big wave and a miss. A large secondary lead from Nick Heath. Wouldn't be surprised to see a pickoff move as Yetzko was sneaking in behind him over at second base. No balls, 1 strike. Nobody out. 4-1 Charleston. They already have a run in here in the top of the third. Force at first, second, and third, but after retiring the first 3 batters of the game in the first inning, these same 3 batters all reach here in the third. 0-1 delivery. That one bounces in front of home plate. Not fully blocked by DeLuca. The throw to second. Oh, they got Edwin Espinal, who does not run well at all, who took off for second base and jogged down from first to second, maybe about as well as he can run. DeLuca got up, saw that he wasn't very close to the bag, and fired in time for the out. So Adrian Cook gets a little bit of help on a base running disaster from Edwin Espinal. Meanwhile, Nick Heath does go from second to third on the wild pitch. But Edwin Espinal cut down at second base. Infield moves in with a runner on third base and only 1 out. Blue Crabs trailing by 3.
1-1 pitch. Check swing. Did he go? I guess he didn't. Count 2-1. Runner on third base. That's Nick Heath, who singled back in the third, or earlier in the third, I should say. Edwin Espinal keeps the RBI in the single, but he is caught stealing. 2-1 pitch. It's a called strike, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Blue Crabs produced 2 big innings on Sunday. That's how they won a 10-4 over the York Revolution. But they'll need a big inning here as they trail by 3 in the 2-2 pitch. Up and in. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes now on the cleanup hitter, Alfredo Gonzalez. And Adrian Cook still yet to record a traditional out here in the inning. Got a caught stealing of Edwin Espinal. That's how there's 1 away, but a strikeout would be crucial here. Allowed the infield to move back. 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 3, got a foul tip, but it's caught by DeLuca, and there are 2 away in the top of the 3rd inning.
Now batting, the shortstop, number 8, Diego Goris.
Diego Goris to the plate. The go Diego go chance for Diego Goris, who is hitting .251 on the season. Here is the first pitch. On the ground to third base, fielded by Crosby. He fires to first. It's so after the first 3 batters reach base and an RBI single from Edwin Espinal, Alfredo Gonzalez strikes out and Diego Goris grounds to third to end the inning. Well, the Dirty Birds score 1, but they strand 1 at the end of 2.5 innings of play. It's the Blue Crabs 1 and the Dirty Birds 4 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Alex Crosby, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
At Fairway Independent Mortgage Corporation, mortgages are what they do, not who they are. Fairway Mortgage Corporation is a proud partner of the American Warrior Initiative. A key part of this initiative is to educate, encourage, and inspire Americans to give back to our military. Visit their website at www.americanwarriorinitiative.com for more details. Our military fought to protect the American dream. Let's help them live it.
Bottom of the 3rd inning as the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs trail the Charleston Dirty Birds 4-1. It's the top of the order with Jack Sundberg at the plate, and the first pitch is up and away for ball 1. And Jack Sundberg will be followed by Michael Baca. Braxton Lee in the bottom of the 3rd inning as the 1-0 pitch is low and away. Count 2 balls and no strikes. Blue Crabs need base runners at this point in the 3rd inning down by 3. And think of this more like the 5th inning, though, because this is only a 7-inning ball game. 2-0 pitch. Called strike. Count 2-1. You'd have to think the decisions are going to be made a lot more quickly with the shorter ball game. Pitcher is struggling. Probably exit the game a little bit earlier. 2-1 pitch. Low and in. Count 3-1. Let's give you an update on the pitch count for Adrian Cook. Across 3 innings of work, 57 pitches, 30 strikes. Well, on Saturday, Mitch Lamson threw 134 pitches in 8 innings of shutout baseball. 3-1. That's low and away, up and away, I should say. It's ball 4. And Jack Sundberg, for the second time in as many at-bats, walks to get the inning started. Michael Baca now comes to the plate. Blue Crabs down by 3 here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Jack Sundberg walked to get things started. As Alec Casena, he's gone just 2+ innings. The pitch count very high at 47. Pitch now to Michael Baca is a called strike. The count 0-1. Adrian Cook, 3 runs, 3 innings, 4 runs, 4 hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. He allowed a home run ball. It's a big difference right now in today's ball game. 0-1 pitch, breaking ball, dives low and out of the zone. Well, the Charleston Dirty Birds are the road team here for game 1 of this doubleheader, as this game was originally supposed to be played back in Maryland. As the pitch will have to wait as Alec Casena tosses over to first. Back to that last point, though. This was the 3rd game of the series. It was the last time these two teams would meet down in Maryland, and it was they didn't have another time they could come and play. So the Blue Crabs decided, oh, we'll go on the road and play as the home team. 1-1 pitch, up and away, count 2-1. So about 45 minutes after the conclusion of game 1, we'll start game 2. Same link, same broadcast as it says in the title. This is for games 1 and game 2. 2-1 pitch to Baca. Popped him up in the infield. It's the second baseman, Scott Burcham, drifts back toward the outfield grass and makes the catch, and there's 1 away.
Now batting right fielder number 13,
Here comes Braxton Lee. Well, Jack Sundberg with a short lead off of first base, and we Braxton Lee who steps in momentarily. With the Blue Crabs down by 3 after the pop out from Michael Baca. First pitch to Braxton Lee. Line drive foul back behind home plate, and the count 0-1. Jared Walker, I guess part of his routine is to take some right-handed swings as well. He's an exclusive left-handed hitter in the on-deck circle, taking some righty hacks as well. Imagine that loosens up the arm a little bit. Pitch ground ball slowly over to third base. Third baseman Gonzalez has a tough time handling it, and everybody's going to be safe. Have to imagine that's going to go down as an error against Alfredo Gonzalez on a weak ground ball. So runners on first and second with 1 out.
Walker.
So runners on first and second with 1 out. And it does appear as though it has officially gone down as an error against the Dirty Birds. So Lee reaches on an error, Sundberg to second. Error charge against Alfredo Gonzalez. And the first pitch to Walker, low in the dirt, count 1-0. One ball and no strikes on the first baseman, who has the lone RBI in this ball game for the Blue Crabs. It was an RBI single to center. Short lead for Jack Sundberg off second. A 1-0 pitch, big and heavy hack from Jared Walker, and he swings and misses. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Alex Crosby in the on-deck circle with Sundberg on first and Lee, I beg your pardon, Sundberg on second and Lee on first. Cassina the pitch, popped him up, foul behind home plate. And the count 2 balls and a strike. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Cassina the pitch, low and in. Effectively blocked by the catcher Jovan Gonzalez, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Jack Sundberg, with that walk, may have just broken the Blue Crabs' official record for the most walks in a season. I'm getting word just now that he might have just broken the record. 2-2 pitch, that's away. Count 3-2, but he has 2 walks in today's ball game. And that was walk number 76 for Jack Sundberg. He's officially broken the record. 76 walks. So Sundberg breaks the steals record and Sundberg breaks the walks record. Walker not far behind him at 74. 3-2 pitch is top foul, first base side, and the count remains 3-2. Well, Blue Crabs might not be winning in this game, but they're breaking franchise records as Jack Sundberg walks for the 76th time this year and breaks the all-time Blue Crabs single-season record for most walks in a ball game. Cassina set with 1 away in the bottom of the third, 4-1 Charleston. 8th pitch of the at-bat, swing and a miss, strike 3, a foul tip into the mid of the catcher Jovan Gonzalez, and Jared Walker goes down on strikes. Toast man starts throwing the toast 0 for 1. He fires up and he got a catch. Now he's 1 for 2, finds his intended target. Oh, and the receiver dropped it. The guy up on the second deck. Oh, now he's 1 for 4 as that one fell a little bit away. Unless that other kid catch it, he might have. Either way, I got 2 for 4. 1 for 4 or 2 for 4. I couldn't quite tell if anyone caught that last throw. As the first pitch is low to Alex Crosby. Sundberg on second. It is Braxton Lee on first with 2 away in the bottom of the third inning. Count 1-0 on Alex Crosby. Blue Crabs trailing by 3 in the bottom of the third in game 1 of a doubleheader, both of which are 7-inning ball games. Pitch, foul ball, third base side, and the count 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Number of interesting notes from our interview with Michael Baca earlier today, and some of the things that he says he's working on at the plate, and some of his work defensively, and his offseason work, which involves a lot of basketball. something I didn't expect. 1-1 pitch low in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Specifically referencing the defense, the footwork in basketball and how it translates to baseball. We'll play some more of that interview in between innings here the rest of the way. He's kind enough to spend about 15 minutes of his time with us, maybe just a little less, but it's the longest pregame interview we've had so far. He had a lot to say on a lot of different topics. As Alec Casino looks back, Jack Sundberg to second base. With 2 on and 2 out, count 2 balls and 1 strike on Alex Crosby. And the pitch, line drive into right field, a base hit. Quickly fielded by Kelly. They're going to send Sundberg to the plate. The throw is not in time. An RBI single for Alex Crosby. Jack Sundberg dives into home plate safely. The Blue Crabs have cut the deficit to 4-2 in the bottom of the 3rd inning on an RBI single from Alex Crosby. All of a sudden, the Blue Crabs back within a pair and the tying run on base here in the 3rd. Blue Crabs still have plenty of time to get their way back in this game. And that run will go down as unearned against Alec Casino. As Braxton Lee reached on an error by the 3rd baseman Alfredo Gonzalez. That should have been the 3rd out of the inning by now. And the pitch to Collier is low and in, and the count 1-0. Well, either way, an RBI single for Alex Crosby. Collier at the plate, DeLuca on deck. Collier grounded to first his first time up, and the 1-0 pitch is low, count 2-0. Wouldn't be stunned to see Alex Crosby go here. He can steal his fair share of bases. He's 14 for 15 on the season, so certainly not out of the realm of possibility. And the 2-0 pitch. Top foul behind home plate, count 2-1. Well, not only does Jack Sundberg have a 31-game hit streak, he's had 2 plate appearances, he's had 2 walks, he's broken the single-season walks record. And Sundberg has also scored the only 2 Blue Crabs runs of the day. It's going to be a little tougher, though, with these doubleheaders to extend the hit streak. Only has 7 innings to do it. Pitch, line drive through the right side, a base hit. Zach Collier drives in Braxton Lee from 3rd. The Blue Crabs have cut the deficit to 4-3. Crosby from 1st to 2nd. All of a sudden, we've got a 1-run game here in the bottom of the 3rd with an RBI single off the bat of Zach Collier. So Braxton Lee, who reaches on the error by the 3rd baseman Alfredo Gonzalez, comes around and scores. Meanwhile, Crosby from 1st to 2nd. Blue Crabs and the Dirty Birds with 4 hits apiece. 4-3 Dirty Birds. Double steal in motion. Pitch, line drive. It's well struck, but right at Edwin Espinal, who makes a terrific catch to end the bottom of the 3rd inning. Well, it would have scored a pair if it had gotten past Espinal. Very well struck off the bat of Joe DeLuca, who had a rocket right at the first baseman Espinal to end the bottom of the 3rd inning. Well, Blue Crabs scored 2. They strand 2 at the end of 3. It's Southern Maryland 3 and Charleston 4 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Let's have a bit of a listen to some of that interview with Michael Baca. Live from Appalachian Power Park, the home of the Charleston Dirty Birds, as the Blue Crabs are about to start a 3-game set with Charleston. Austin Rooney joined by Michael Baca for the pregame show. Mike, thanks for joining us.
I'm glad to be here, man. Thanks for having me.
All right, Michael. Well, you're hitting pretty well at the plate recently. Had a few hits in that last game. Are you thinking that the bat is starting to heat up at the right time now?
Definitely, but that's what it's all about. You know, it would be big for us just to all get going right now. You see that in baseball in general every year. A team that's usually one of the hotter teams going into postseason, not necessarily the best, but the hottest, they usually have success.
Yeah, the team is trying to get healthy at the right time as well, and due to a couple of injuries, especially Michael Belansky's, you found yourself in the 2 spot. Can you talk a little bit more about the
Well, 2 is just, I feel like you got a little more weight on your shoulders to be more of an offensive weapon, just overall. 2, you're looking for just more quality at bats, because more often than not you're going to have guys on base, or you're going to be trying to get ahead early in the game, and you're also doing your job of seeing pitches in certain periods of time throughout the game, you know, if you need to, but you're just looking for a quality at bat in the 2-hole every day. And I did a lot of hitting in the 2-hole in college, and I think for me it's just a little more comfortable.
So where have you hit mostly? I know you say you hit 2 in college. You've been in the 9 spot this year. Is there a certain place in the lineup where you feel most comfortable?
I would say I think it's a little more comfortable batting from the 2-hole, just because throughout my entire college career, that's kind of what I did. And then in high school as well. But at the same time, you know, the 2-hole's got to be earned, and you got to be able to produce consistently. I think that's one of the bigger keys to being in the 1 and 2 holes, is not necessarily how much you produce, but just being very consistent. And right now I'm just trying to pick up the slack, you know, for the team, as far as being able to have.
Got a bit of a listen to that interview with Michael Baca and his thoughts on hitting out of the 2-hole moments ago, and just the consistency, the need for consistency in that spot. First pitch now to Devon Torrance, ripped into right field for a base hit, an extra base as it goes to the wall. Lee fires it into the second baseman, Yetzko. It's a leadoff double for Torrance, and a runner on second base with nobody out. As 6, 7, and 8 in the lineup to the plate, the double from Torrance. Miles Williams will step in. Well, this is something else. So far in this lineup, the Dirty Birds, for every time a Dirty Bird player got on base the first time around the lineup, they've gotten out the second time around the lineup. For all those who got out the first time around, they've reached base the second time. As the first pitch is up and away to Miles Williams in the count 1-0. So just to give you an idea, Kelly grounded out. He was then hit by a pitch. Heath flied out, then he got a single. Espinal grounded out, he got a single. So those are the opposites here for the first 3 batters. And the 1-0 pitch, swinging a high fly ball, rather well hit to left center. Sundberg on the run, he moves in and makes the catch. So it continues for the first 7 batters in the Dirty Birds order. If they got out the first time, they got a hit or reached base the second time. If they reached base the first time, they got out the second time. Well, how about that? As Jovan Gonzalez lined out to left his first time up, well, that tells you anything. He might reach base this time. If the trend continues, that is. Runner on second base, 1 out in the top of the 4th inning. Leadoff double from Devon Torrance. Fly out from Miles Williams. And the first pitch, a little bit upstairs in the count 1-0. Well, one of the positives we've seen from Cook's start today is the lack of walks up until this point. Talk about walks in his most recent appearance, and he walked 7 across 4 2/3. And And the pitch that's low. And the 1-0 pitch is low, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Torrance, a short lead off of second. Williams flied out, and now Gonzalez, the 2-0 pitch, that's low in the dirt, and the count 3-0. This trend might just continue. If Gonzalez walks, he's ahead in the count 3-0. Runner on first, runner on second base, and 1 out. I don't know if this has ever happened before. I'd have to imagine across baseball history it's happened once or twice. (3-0). Upstairs, ball 4, and so again it occurs. Every batter who got out in his first at-bat or plate appearance has reached base his second time around. Every player who reached base his first time has gotten out his second time. I mean, this is, what are the odds? So let's go through these. It's 4-3 Charleston, top of the 4th inning with runners on first and second and 1 out. But I want to go through this because this is something like I've never seen before. And the first pitch on the ground slowly, third base side foul. So Scott Kelly grounds out. He's hit by a pitch a second time up. So he gets out and reaches base. Nick Heath flies out, he then singles. Edwin Espinal grounds out, he singles. Now Alfredo Espinal, he singles his first time, then gets out. Diego Goris walks, then gets out. Devin Torrance strikes out, then he doubles. And Doug Williams homers before flying out. Yovan Gonzalez lines out and then walks. So whatever they did the first time up, they've done the opposite the second time up as far as walking or getting on base. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss from Scott Burcham, and the count 0-2 now. So what does that tell you? Well, maybe this is coming to an end as Burcham behind in the count 0-2. The only batter who got out his first time up after grounding out to shortstop, who would not reach here in the top of the 4th inning. But it's been quite the trend. I have never seen something like this where the exact opposite happens in the second at bat to every player. Pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Scott Burcham ends that trend as he is the second out in the 4th inning, striking out. And there are two away. Runners on first and second. Scott Burcham strikes out. Scott Kelly comes to the plate. Like the first 8 players, he's reached base once. He's 0 for 1. Rounded out his first time up, reached on a hit by pitch his second time. It's just 240 on the season. A 4-3 ball game. Apologize, just updating the scoreboard now. We get to some of your YouTube comments in the chat. Any shout outs you would like? We're going to get to some double-header trivia later in this one. First pitch. Check swing, did he go? He must have gone. And he did, according to the first base umpire, Greg Losh, who gave what was frankly a kind of bizarre called strike sign as he sort of moved his arm toward his right arm toward his left arm, and I moved it outward to make the call. And normally just sort of a little bit of a fist pump, you know, it's just a strike call. A lot went into that one. 0-1 pitch. Low in the dirt, gets past the catcher Joe DeLuca on a wild pitch and allows both base runners to advance. Torrance from second to third, Gonzalez from first to second. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. For the Dirty Birds, 4 runs on 5 hits. For Southern Maryland, 3 runs on 4 hits. Devon Torrance started the inning with a double. Yovan Gonzalez later walked. And they both advance a base on the wild pitch from Adrian Cook. So now it's Torrance from third and Gonzalez from second with 2 outs. Again, Scott Kelly only hitting 240. The next batter, Nick Heath, sub 200. 1-1 pitch, that's a called strike. Just above the knees in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Scott Kelly taps his bat against each of his cleats. Digs back in. Count 1 and 2 as Cook looks to retire Kelly. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Back-to-back Ks from Adrian Cook to end the top of the 4th inning. He strands a pair of Dirty Birds at the end of 3 1/2. The Blue Crabs trailing 4-3 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
All right, Dirty Birds fans, get on your...
This is Michael Baca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Nine and 1 to the plate to get things going in the bottom of the 4th inning. The Blue Crabs trail 4-3. First pitch from Alec Casina is in there for a called strike on a breaking ball. The count 0-1. Well, no action in the Blue Crabs bullpen right now, nor for the Dirty Birds. As Matt Hibbert, who's hitting .253 on the year, digs in. Pitch, swinging a high pop-up. Shallow center field. Late run for Nick Heath, who sprints in at the last moment and makes the catch. And there is one away.
Now batting second baseman number 7, Ian Yetzko.
Ian Yetzko comes to the plate. Yetzko 0 for 1. Yetzko is hitting north of 300 earlier this season. Bit of a slump that he's going through as the first pitch a called strike just above the belt. The count 0-1. With that said, he's still pulling the ball and hitting the ball with strong contact. He's gotten unlucky quite a few times. He's hit it right at fielders. That's baseball for you, though. Hit the ball hard, don't always get rewarded. 0-1 pitch, that's away, count 1-1. Did hit home runs in back-to-back games. It's games 3 and game 4 of the series against York. In that 6-game home-and-home set. 1-1 pitch is upstairs, count 2-1 now on the righty. Southern Maryland down by 1 in the bottom of the 4th inning. 1 run for the Blue Crabs in the first, 3 from Charleston in the second. They took a 4-1 lead in the third, but the Blue Crabs got 2 back in the bottom of the third. Pitch, low in the dirt, 3-1. Blue Crabs hope to have David Harris available for game 2 of this doubleheader. Be another piece in that road back as the Blue Crabs really trying to get back to 100% for the postseason. 3-1 pitch, line drive into center field for a base hit over the second baseman Scotty Burcham's leaping grab, and it's a base hit for Ian Yetzko. Runner on first base with 1 out as he struck that rather well into center field. So 1 out single for Ian Yetzko as Jack Sundberg digs in. Blue Crabs all-time walks record. And there's a runner on first base with 1 out. Ball struck at 99 miles an hour off the bat of Ian Yetzko. First pitch low and in, count 1-0. Well, Sundberg has not struck a ball in fair territory today. Instead, he's walked twice and scored 2 runs, scored 2 of the Blue Crabs' 3 runs today. His on-base percentage creeps toward 400. 1-0 pitch, that's low in the count. 2-0. Yetzko, short lead off of first. The Blue Crabs trailing by 1 in the bottom of the 4th inning, I should say. It's a home game on the road for Southern Maryland. 2-0 pitch, called strike. And Sundberg was not a fan of that call. He looked back, shaking his head. And the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Count 2-2. Hefty swing that time from Jack Sundberg, and the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes on the lefty. Two-two delivery, line drive, well struck, left field. This ball falling fast, but it's the left fielder Devon Torrance who gets there in time. Sundberg hit that ball the other way. He's shaking his head. I think he might be upset with the count being 2-2 as opposed to 3-1. And probably thought he had to swing at that pitch, which was a little low and probably out of the strike zone. Well, funny enough, the second pitch was called a ball by the home plate umpire, Andy McPherson. The third pitch was lower than the second pitch, and he called that a strike. If you're going to call that pitch a ball, call it a ball, even if it's in the strike zone. If you think that's low, say it's low, but then you can't go around and reverse course in the next pitch. Well, the pitch to Baca is chopped foul toward the Blue Crab dugout, and the count 0-1. Michael Baca batting second in the Blue Crabs lineup. We talked about this in our pregame interview today. It's all about consistency. That's what Baca was really stressing. He's 0 for 2 today. Put up a couple of nice at-bats, though. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on the righty. It's only the bottom of the 4th inning, but think of it more like the bottom of the 6th inning. This is only a 7-inning ball game. A terrific day after rain was falling the majority of the morning. 1-1 pitch, that's low and away. Count 2-1. Heavy winds, right around probably 30 miles an hour. And added on to that, heavy rain right around 10 to 11 a.m. I was worried the field would be swamped. It was not. Sun came out. 2-1 pitch, ground ball, third base line foul. Count 2-2. And not only did the sun then come out, but also the rain came back. It was a
passing thunderstorm that was directly overhead. Sunny out and thunderstorms at the same time. As we inch towards 7:30 in the evening. Actually past 7:30 in the evening now. 2-2 to Baca. He popped it up. Foul behind home plate. And the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. At this rate, I think you have maybe finish this ball game by around 8:40. Start game 2, maybe 9:15. This is going to be a couple of long ball games here tonight. We might not be finished until right around midnight. Got a late start. I always heard the original start time was 5, then it became 5:30, and then with the rain delay, started right on the nose at 6. Pitch, line drive, foul, first base side, and the count remains 2-2. So about an hour behind schedule. And this game is not exactly the fastest of games. Have to think with Darryl Thompson, who works very quickly in game 2, might be a slightly quicker ball game. 2-2 pitch, low in the dirt, count 3-2. We talked about Blue Crabs history. Sundberg setting the record for not only the most steals in a season, but the most walks in a season. He also has the record, or the recorded record for the Blue Crabs, for the longest on-base streak. Officially at 30 games, he's now at 31. There's no data that goes all the way back, but as far as we know, the longest streak. 3-2 pitch, line drive, shallow right field, now carrying back in front of the warning track. Scott Kelly is there. He makes the catch for the final out. We're done with 4 innings of play. The Blue Crabs still trail the Ferry Hawks 4-3 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Live.
You know, 2 holes got to be earned, and you got to be able to produce consistently. I think that's one of the bigger keys to being in the 1 and 2 holes is not necessarily how much you produce, but just being very consistent. And right now I'm just trying to pick up the slack, for the team as far as being able to have a good 2-hole and lefty, righty, lefty, in the front of the lineup, being able to switch it up there. And that's my main focus right now, is just to do the best that I can right now for the team in that 2-hole position, and then see where that goes from there.
Well, Michael, you're a very consistent defender, but you're also consistently in the lineup. You're there every single day. You barely had an off day all year. Does that help you being in the lineup constantly?
Definitely. I love playing every day. I have no problem with playing injured. I have no problem with playing sick. I think last time we were here, I was pretty sick, and I actually had a good series as far as offensively. That last series, that was also the same series. Crosby had a home run taken away, and I was tossed out of a ball game, But yeah, I was sick last time I was here. But I love playing every day because, that's why I do this. That's why I play this game. I want to be in that lineup every day. I know that I can make something happen every day, whether it's on the offensive side or the defensive side. I feel like I can bring something to the game to make a difference. And obviously having a little bit of a down season on the offensive end, but, it's baseball and things like that happen, and I'm looking forward to turning that around. But like you kind of mentioned earlier, just getting hot at the right time for the postseason. But playing every day is the position that I want. I don't care if it's at second base. I don't care if it's at third base, center field, even, if I had to learn how to be a catcher. I want to be on the field every day, and that's just who I am. I feel like I can kind of lead the cause as far as being able to show up and be motivated every day when I'm doing that.
Well, Michael, you said, maybe you'll have to be a center fielder or a right fielder. I don't think you're going to be changing positions anytime soon. Your play on the defensive end's been quite strong. What leads to you being one of the best defensive shortstops in this league?
Hard work and consistency. That's kind of what I have always been instilled with my entire life in all sports and all things I do. I feel like West Texas, we're kind of built a little different out there because
Michael Baca talking about his work ethic there in the interview in between innings. We go to the top of the 5th inning, and Adrian Cook fires the first pitch outside for ball 1 on the 2-hitter Nick Heath. 4-3 in favor of the Charleston Dirty Birds in the top of the 5th inning. Heath will be followed by Edwin Espinal and Alfredo Gonzalez as the 1-0 pitch fouled off third base side in the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. It might only be the top of the 5th, but think of it more like the top of the 7th inning. It is game 1 of a doubleheader. Adrian Cook, 1-1 pitch. Wave and a miss, a breaking ball that fell off the earth. And the count 1-2. The velocity certainly down from Cook from earlier in this ball game. We'll get to there in just a moment. 1-2 pitch. It was close, just a little low and away. Count 2-2. To give you an idea of the range of the velocity from Adrian Cook up until this point, 4-seam fastball has peaked at 92.3. The pitch, line drive, right center field. This one finds the gap. It finds extra bases. Tracked down in center by Collier. He fires to second and overthrown, and Baca finally picks it up. Could have been a triple, but Heath stops at second. It is a leadoff double here in the 5th inning, and you do have to wonder, again, how much longer for Adrian Cook. Now, interestingly enough, you look at the situation and you say, okay, the Blue Crabs lose the DH. You lose Matt Hibbert, who is the designated hitter today. You think about it reasonably, might have 1 or maybe 2 more at-bats left. He is the 6th player due up. So it gives you an idea of, well, maybe he'll come to the plate, maybe he won't. As far as will he come to the plate once or twice. Blue Crabs have 3 more offensive innings. And yes, the Devil Hook designated hitter rule still runs through 5 in the 7-inning doubleheaders. First pitch, big wave and a miss. Count 0-1 on Edwin Espinal. So it still adds that wrench into the gears, but again, only 7 innings, so you're only dealing probably with 1 at bat as opposed to 2 or 3 down the stretch. But the Blue Crabs bullpen is inactive. 0-1, called strike, count 0-2. One of the nice things about the bullpens here is that the stands don't jut out in foul territory, blocking the view. The bullpen merely hugs the wall down the third base and first base lines. So we can definitely give you an idea of who is warming up for either team once that starts. 0-2 pitch, line drive, foul ball, first base side. The count remains 0-2. Well, Mike Falsetti now throws on the catcher's mask. And it appears as though Patrick Baker is going to start throwing. He's just stretching, the tossing starting right around 40 feet or so with Mike Falsetti as the Blue Crabs have their first action in the bullpen. 0-2 pitch, low and away on Edwin Espinal on the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Still nobody out, top of the 5th inning. That was the 80th pitch from Adrian Cook through 4+ innings of work. And I'd have to imagine the plan is for Cook to finish the inning here, then probably go to Baker in the 6th. And the pitch, low and away, count 2-2, and then probably to Briseño in the 7th. I haven't heard anything about Latos being back up and ready to go. Of course, joining the team on the road trip, but as far as I know, he's still not available for the Blue Crabs. So the 9th would belong, the 7th in this case, to Briseño. If the Blue Crabs have a lead or are in position. Espinal taps each cleat once, count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Powerful righty, waves that bat back behind his helmet. 2-2. Low in the dirt, he bounces it in front of home plate. It's blocked by DeLuca, and Edwin Espinal doesn't bite again. As that ball dove a little too early. Wasn't fooling Espinal that time. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Another deep count here for Adrian Cook, not helping with the pitch count. Shortstop Michael Baca adding in a couple of thoughts here on the mound as Baker continues to warm. I don't think this is a stalling tactic per se. The count is 3-2 on Edwin Espinal. Baca has something to add here in the situation that can help as far as this 3-2 count is concerned. Runner on second base might have had something to do with that as well. It's for the reason Baca had entered the conversation. It's Nick Heath. Haven't seen a massive lead for Heath off of second yet. And it is Yetzko's bag to cover, so also not entirely sure why Baca was involved with that situation directly. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a looper, shallow right, long run, and it's going to drop into right field for a base hit. Walker kicked it. He now fires back into the infield, but it's too late. Nick Heath scores from second. It's a bloop single for Edwin Espinal, and the Dirty Birds have a 5-3 lead in the top of the 5th. There have been a number of times so far in today's game when Cook's been hit pretty hard. Not that time. It's an unlucky break for the righty. As Edwin Espinal pops a slow line drive into shallow right, no man's land, and scores a run.
Alfredo Gonzalez.
And Alfredo Gonzalez digs in. Runner on first base, nobody out. 83 pitches thrown by Adrian Cook. And Baker now throwing significantly harder. 4+ innings from Cook so far. 5 runs, 7 hits. Pitch, swinging a high fly ball, center field, rather deep. Gonzalez throws his bat. He thought he should have had a home run on that ball. It was a hanging breaking ball out over the plate. He popped it up to deep center, and there is one away. And now, looks like that's going to do it. Stan Clyburn makes the call out to the bullpen as he points down there a couple of times. And it looks as though Patrick Baker's going to come into this game unless he's looking for something else out there. That's going to do it. Adrian Cook's evening is over. 4 1/3 innings for the righty. Throws 83 pitches. He allows 5 runs on 7 hits. He walked 2, he hit 1, he struck out 4 and allowed a 3-run home run. Well, that's the end of the road as Patrick Baker, who enters the ball game. And the Blue Crabs trail 5-3 in the top of the 5th inning. When we come back, we're going to break down the numbers on Patrick Baker, read through some of your comments in the YouTube chat, give some shout outs. Be back after this on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
And it's not just working at sports, it's literally everything that we do. You know, we want to bring the integrity, we want to bring the respect, and we want to work hard at everything we do. And I had to compete against a bunch of guys like that growing up, you know, and that only made me better. And from doing that, that's all I've ever done my entire career. When I was in college, just wanted to outwork everybody. When I was young in pro ball, you know, just wanted to outwork everybody, and that's still the motto that I try and bring now. But I know that I make a bigger difference at shortstop, and so I'm usually working a lot more at being able to become better. When I'm training in the off season, I play basketball every day because I know that that's going to make me a better defender. When I'm out in shortstop, that's kind of the way I approach the ball being played. Is I try not to get down too low, I try not to stand up too high, but almost like a defender is trying to make a move, and I'm just trying to get in front of it and stop it and shut it down, you know, move my feet as best I can. And that's something I always teach kids. The better you move your feet, the better infielder you're going to be. They always think about hands in the infield, but your hands are only as good as your feet.
I've never heard that. The basketball in the offseason, the defense, but it makes perfect sense. You talked a little bit about footwork and hands defensively. Do you have any other tips for any other young viewers who might be listening to the broadcast here as to what they should focus on defensively at shortstop?
It's simple. It really is that simple as far as feet. So playing all sports obviously help you improve in other areas in different sports. But I would say basketball, and even not even doing it, at school competitively, but just like in the parks and whatnot and against friends playing one-on-one games, I think you're a basketball player, right?
I played a little in high school, yeah.
Yeah, and I think you understand to be a good defender in basketball, you have to be really good at moving your feet in tight places and changing direction. That's a big one for the middle infield. And I think doing things like that and also getting on the ladders. I think people associate ladders a lot more with soccer and football, but to be a good defender in defense and be a good defensive player in baseball, you have to do just the same in the infield. You have to move your feet just as much as you do in all those other sports.
Well, Michael Baca had quite a few good tips there for some of the younger players who might be looking to play shortstop down the road. First pitch here from Patrick Baker. It's a bit of a velocity change as he fires a fastball past the bat of Diego Goris in the count 0-1. Well, glad you could join us here for game one of this doubleheader. It's a 5-3 lead for Charleston following the RBI single from Edwin Espinal. Pitch, this one driven foul toward the concourse on the first base side. And the count 0-2. Let's give you the numbers now for Patrick Baker, who comes in for the Blue Crabs. A 5-2 record, a 2.25 earned run average, a whip at 1.20. His last time out against York was back on August the 24th. An inning, he did allow 2 hits and a run. He walked 1. Did not strike out a batter in that performance. Bit of a tough road across the month of August, but it seems like he's doing a little better more recently. Did have that one hiccup in the appearance against York, but that 0-2 breaking ball looked really good. Just a little low and out of the zone, count 1-2. Some terrific late movement on it. 1-2 pitch. Swinging a chopper foul, third base side. The count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, the Blue Crabs are 4.5 games back from the Lancaster Barnstormers. Barnstormers have won 6 consecutive. They're also atop the wild card standings. 1-2. Swinging a ground ball over to first. Walker fires to second for 1. Baca back to first. A double play. 3-6-1 double play to end the top of the 5th inning. Very well turned from first base to shortstop, and Baker keeping his foot on the bag like a first baseman to end the inning. Well, the Charleston Dirty Birds score 1. They strand none at the end of 4.5. It's the Dirty Birds who have a 5-3 lead over the Blue Crabs on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
And right now it's time for the top.
It comes down to that. So I would say tip 1, move your feet. Tip 2, every day you play catch. Every single day you're on the line with your buddy and y'all are warming up, just use 2 hands. Especially for the second base shortstop, I do it every day still. When I'm warming up, when I'm throwing the ball, I just made it a habit to use 2 hands every time I catch that ball, for the most part. And I mean, you got throws that go to the sides of you and whatnot. You're using 1 hand, but when you get used to just using 2 hands for every single catch, then it becomes natural and you don't have to force it.
Well, that's it. Move your feet, use 2 hands in the catch. Those are good words from Michael Baca. We've got to talk about doubleheaders now. This is the 8th doubleheader the Blue Crabs will play this season They'll play a 9th against Lancaster at the end of the season. Is the mentality going into Game 1 different when you know you've got a second game coming up later that day?
Yeah, it is a little bit, but for the most part, we have a lot of the same guys from last year on the team. And last year, I think doubleheaders kind of saved us. That became our thing. We played a lot of doubleheaders last year, and it seemed like every time we had doubleheader day, we all played good, and we won every single doubleheader. We swept every doubleheader day. And like I said, that kind of brought us back into being able to make the postseason. It was all those doubleheaders because for some reason we just had that mentality as a team. And I mean, that starts from the top. You know, Stan talks about playing every inning, playing every out, playing 9. It starts from Daryl Thompson, the pitching coach. Daryl is one of the biggest competitors that I've ever played any sport with.
Well, you just heard Michael Baca had some kind words to say about Daryl Thompson moments ago, and Daryl Thompson will get the start in Game 2. Thompson as a terrific competitor, one of the hardest competitors that he's ever worked with. Pitch to Braxton Lee, called strike on the outer half. The count, no balls and 1 strike in the bottom of the 5th inning. Blue Crabs trail 5-3. Pitch, slow ground ball over to shortstop, and it eats up the shortstop, Diego Goris. It goes into left field. Lee sprints around first into second base. He's reached for the second time tonight on his second error of the night. Well, the Dirty Birds only have 2 errors, and they've gifted Braxton Lee a couple of times on base.
Jared Walker.
Well, a runner on second now with nobody out in the bottom of the 5th inning as Jared Walker comes to the plate. Has an RBI already today. And in a 2-run game, you can't really afford to give ones away like Diego Goris just did. I'm not sure if it took a bad hop on him in the last moment. Either way, it looked like it sort of handcuffed him and then deflected off of his hands into shallow left, and Lee kept on running, kept the head down, and dove in safely. It wasn't close. And the pitch to Walker. He takes all the way, and it's a called strike on the outside corner. Isaac Sanchez, the new pitcher for the Charleston Dirty Birds. And he comes in with a 5.33 earned run average. Sanchez 1-2 on the year. Most recent outing was at Long Island, pitched an inning. Had 1 hit, no earned runs, and he struck out 1. Played 6 years in both Pittsburgh and Seattle's organizations. 0-1 pitch, that's inside. Count 1 ball and 1 strike now on Jared Walker. 5-3, the Dirty Birds are on top of the Blue Crabs. Pitch to Walker. Breaking ball. Topped foul. First base side. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody out. In the bottom of the 5th inning. Walker taps home plate a couple of times. Sanchez stares down. One, 2. Upstairs, count 2-2. Well, the Toast Man, he's been quiet recently. Not as many strikeouts for the Blue Crabs, but there's a 1-2 count on Jared Walker. Casina has seen the door. 4 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, just 1 earned tonight. He walked 2 and struck out 4. Pitch, big wave and a miss, and Walker is down swinging. Oh, now he's up and yelling. There's one away in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Now batting third baseman number 15.
Well, let's see how the Toast Man does with his completion percentage this time around. But keeping an eye, fires one over to the right. Nobody was even looking for it. 0 for 1. Oh, he tried to get it to the other fan. 0 for 2. Oh, the woman catches it. 1 for 3. Tries to go upper deck. He's just 1 for 4. And the last one, I missed his target again. It was close. 1 for 5. The pitch is low. Oh, and he's still throwing it. A kid who has a broken arm, his arm's in a sling, trying to make a one-handed catch. He couldn't make it. Now 1 for 6 for the quarterback. Tries again. Oh, and he dropped it again. You know, not all of this comes down to his throws. His receivers have to catch the ball sometimes, or catch the toast, I should say. 1-0 pitch is low, and the count 2 balls and no strikes. On that drive, just 1 for 7 from the Toast Man. 2 balls and no strikes on Alex Crosby. With Braxton Lee leading off of second base, the Blue Crabs trailing by 2. Sanchez. Here's the 2-0. Swinging a high fly ball, first base side. Goes toward the concourse level, and the count 2-1. We'll have to see if he can throw one up here like he did last time around. I will say I did eat that piece of toast that time. I was starving. And it held me over for a little while as well. Here's a 2-1 offering. Bounces in front of Alex Crosby in the count, 3 balls and a strike. Here with the Charleston Dirty Birds, they've got a freshly squeezed lemonade. It was pretty good today. Got that as part of our meal voucher we get for, as the broadcaster here. Get to go up to the concession stands and get a meal. Get some chicken tenders, some fries, and some lemonade. You can't go wrong with chicken tenders and fries. You really can't. 3-1 pitch upcoming to Alex Crosby. Pitch, wave and a miss. Count 3-2. Pitch was low and away, but a hard fastball gets him to bite. The count 3-2 now. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, 5-3 Charleston. Lee leads off of second base. Now he's advertising, the Toast Man is advertising appears like it's gummy bears. Isaac Sanchez steps off. Picks up the rosin bag. It's a black rosin bag. I'm not sure if I've seen those before. All the rosin bags I've seen have always been white. The 3-2 pitch. Low and in, it's ball 4, and a walk issued to Alex Crosby. So 2 on with 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning, but think of it more like the bottom of the 7th inning. This is only a 7-inning ball game. Opportunity to tie the game with the tying run on first base. Have an opportunity to cut it closer with even a base hit, though, as Braxton Lee runs well. He's on second. Crosby on first, Lee on second. Top of the, or bottom of the 5th inning now. And the first pitch is low to Collier. The count 1-0. Collier 1 for 2 today. He had an RBI single his last time up in the 3rd inning. Now here we are in the 5th. And the pitch popped up foul, third base side. The count 1 ball and 1 strike on the lefty now. Collier takes a couple of practice swings and awaits the offering from Isaac Sanchez. Here's the 1-1. Swinging a hard line drive foul, first base side. Finds its way into the seats. Count 1-2. Hard line drive, foul territory. Zach Collier. Ripped one to right field, similar swing. Just was able to keep it fair back in the third inning when he picked up the RBI single. But now the count 1-2. Now the fire up the toaster chance. Swinging a ground ball down the first base line. It's a fair ball. Goes right over by the tarp. And now 1 run scores. They wave around Crosby, but now they're going to call a stop to things. It's going to be a ground rule double as the ball got lodged inside of the tarp on a fair ball on a ground ball down the first base line. And the umpires have officially called time, and that it will be a ground rule double for for Zach Collier. Alex Crosby comes back to third base. It does score a run, though, as Braxton Lee scores from second base. It's a 5-4 ball game now in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Blue Crabs get a run back, and Joe DeLuca will come to the plate with runners on second and third and 1 out. It's Zach Collier who comes through with his second hit of the day and his second RBI of the day. It wasn't even that hard hit of a ground ball, but perfectly placed down the line, and the Blue Crabs are back within a run. And here's the pitch, called strike, outside corner. The count 0-1. No balls, 1 strike on Joe DeLuca, who bats from the left side. 0-1 delivery, low in the dirt, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. 5-4 ball game now. The Blue Crabs have the tying run on third base. Go ahead run in scoring position. The infield is in slightly for the Dirty Birds. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. On the switch hitting catcher who hits from the left side now. Pitch, wave and a miss, count 1-2. Fire up the toaster. Last time this resulted in an RBI double. Well, a cloudy evening now. The sun has sort of gone away, especially as the sun starts to set. Couple of clouds, but the 1-2 pitch is inside, count 2-2. The fans here in Charleston wanted it, they didn't get it. With Matt Hibbert on deck, so unless, we just got to get this rule straight here for the double hook designated hitter. I believe it's still 5 innings. I was always told it was still 5 innings. Matt Hibbert is still on deck, though. I believe that the designated hitter remains in place for the bottom half of the inning if the pitcher came out in the top half of the inning. We'll see. 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball upstairs, count 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runners on second and third for the Blue Crabs. Hibbert followed by Yetzko in the inning if necessary. Blue Crabs looking to tie the game. It'll be the first time since the top of the second inning when this game would be tied. And the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Big strikeout for Isaac Sanchez. And there are 2 away.
Now batting designated hitter number 4, Matt Hibbert.
And Matt Hibbert enters the ball game. And the toast, he got a couple of completions that time. Here is Matt Hibbert, who is the DH. He stays in the game despite the fact that Cook came out prior to 5 innings of work. I believe the answer is that the DH stays in the game for the bottom half of the inning that he pitched in. Now the offering is low and the count 1-0.
Now Billy Horn's going to come out to have a conversation with the DH and why he's in the game. And I think the reason, again, is that he stays in the game as long as it's the bottom half of the inning. Because if he was in the top half of the inning, he'd still be hitting right now because the pitcher wouldn't have come out of the game. So he stays in for the bottom half of the inning the pitcher started. That's my understanding of the rule. It's a little complex, and Billy Horn is having that conversation with the home plate umpire, Andy McPherson. I'm trying to think who the other options would be for the Blue Crabs. David Harris might be available for game 2, and now the umpires are going to convene to make sure they've got this rule right here in the bottom of the 5th inning. It is no different given it's a 7-inning game for the double hook designated hitter. Count 1-0 on Hibbert. I'm not quite sure what they're going to do. And they're saying that everything remains the same, that because it's the bottom half of the inning, he stays in the ball game because he started the inning. And Billy Horn just looking to make sure he had the explanation there. He gets it. He's satisfied. Everybody else is satisfied. We're playing some baseball. As the home plate umpire, Andy McPherson, puts the mask back on. And Isaac Sanchez is set. Count 1-0 on Matt Hibbert. 5-4 ball game in favor of the Dirty Birds. Tying run on third, go ahead run on second. The pitch low and away. Terrific play by the catcher. That's Jovan Gonzalez to hold that ball. The count, 2 balls and no strikes. Our game day app says that Patrick Baker is batting. He certainly is not. It is Matt Hibbert, who is hitting .252 on the year. And here comes the 0-2 pitch. Low in the count, 3 ball, the 2-0 pitch. Now it's 3-0. First base is open. It would be Ian Yetzko who would come to the plate with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th inning. Again, we talk about possible pinch hitters for the Blue Crabs down the stretch in this ball game. David Harris might be available. Chance he could start game 2 as well. 3-0 pitch called strike. That's on the outside corner. And the count 3-1. Other players who are available will be Raul Shah. Well, that's probably about it as far as options for the Blue Crabs in this ball game. Mike Falsetti as well. 3-1 pitch, line drive, first base side foul. Count 3-2. I don't foresee the Blue Crabs pinch hitting with either Shaw or Falsetti, but I guess it's possible. And if David Harris is healthy enough to make a pinch hitting appearance, I would not be shocked to see it. I'm not sure where he'd go in the lineup. This is a pretty strong lineup top to bottom. Count 3-2. Pitch to Hibbert. Ground ball foul back behind home plate. That was the 6th pitch of the at-bat, and the count remains 3-2. Five to 4. The Dirty Birds over the Blue Crabs with 2 in scoring position and 2 outs. Hibbert looking to tie the game, possibly give the Blue Crabs the lead. Infield back now that they're 2 away. A major strikeout to DeLuca, the batter prior. 3-2, it's upstairs. It's ball 4. The bases are loaded with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Blue Crabs have the tying run on third, the go-ahead run on second. And is David Harris going to come in the game for Ian Yetzko? I guess he is. Oh, my. Well, Ian Yetzko was all ready to come to the plate. He's 1 for 2 today. It's been a pretty good option for the Blue Crabs. But it turns out that David Harris is going to come into the ball game, which I guess means that Raul Shah will come in defensively for him. Well, it's a big point in the ball game. There's no question about that. And Stan Clyburn wants his top hitter at the plate, and he's got his top hitter as a possibility here. And so the Blue Crabs have Hibbert come out of the game for the pitcher.
And Harris enters for Ian Yetzko, and you can't really question Harris entering the ball game. He's got a .330 batting average. Isaac Sanchez. First pitch to Harris, called strike, count 0-1. I do have to wonder how Harris is doing here at the plate. Dealing with a bit of a hip flexor issue, but he is, I guess, available for game 2, and he's clearly available right now because he's in the ball game. Oh, 0-1. Bounces in front of home plate, gets by Yovan Gonzalez, and Alex Crosby trots home from third. The Blue Crabs have tied the game in the bottom of the 5th on a wild pitch from Isaac Sanchez. And there are runners on second and third with 2 outs. Count now 1 ball and 1 strike. The Blue Crabs take advantage of a wild pitch from Isaac Sanchez, and it's all square at 5. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. 5-5 ball game in the bottom of the 5th. Think of it, again, more like the bottom of the 7th inning because we're only playing a 7-inning game. So here's a 1-1 pitch. Ground ball to the right side. Nicely stopped by the sliding second baseman, Scotty Burcham, who tosses to first for the final out. The Blue Crabs strand 2. They score 2 at the end of 5 innings of play. It's the Blue Crabs 5 and the Dirty Birds 5 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Don't go anywhere.
In general, and I mean, he's very competitive in baseball, but he's very competitive, I'm sure, in most things. But as a baseball player, I've never been around someone who competes like him and wants to win like him and loves the game like him, and that makes him better, but also that makes us around him better. And there's a lot of guys on the team that have that attitude as well. And so some of these guys, when they come out here, they'll take off the doubleheader days, or they'll take off maybe one of the games. Kind of you see them going through the motion, but we do a good job of being lit on fire and coming out here and playing hard.
Well, the doubleheader leads us into our trivia question today, which is, as I mentioned earlier, the Blue Crabs will play at least 9 doubleheaders this season. What's the most number of doubleheaders played in an MLB season in history?
Man, there's some places out there where it don't stop raining. I'm going to say probably 16.
46. Back in 1946, the Boston Braves played 46 doubleheaders.
Was it all because of rainouts?
I think it was partially because of rainouts. This is leading us into part 2 of this question, though, which is how many consecutive doubleheaders did they play at one point? It's the most consecutive doubleheaders ever in MLB history.
23. We'll go with Michael Jordan.
Played 9 consecutive doubleheaders. I guess they had a couple off days in between because they played 18 games over the course of 12 days.
Wow. That's incredible right there.
So now we're going to move on to our final topic, and this is sort of the give your opinion sort of segment. The question is, there's been a lot of talk right now about the MLB season moving from 162 games to 154 games to 120 to 100 to 80, or should they stick right at 162? How long should the MLB season be?
You heard the question, how long should the MLB season be? That's the question we're asking for part of today's trivia question, or just really more your opinion. Go ahead and answer on the YouTube chat. First pitch is up and away, and the count 1-0. I believe it was Tammy Shipley who recommended that we ask that question to the players, so now we are asking that as part of our pregame show. Well, let's go through some of our YouTube chat as the first pitch was up and away for ball 1 on Devon Torrance. Now the 1-0 pitch, ground ball up the middle for a base hit. Raul Shah was shading over toward first base. It was a high chopper and what would have been a routine ground ball, but since he was positioned toward first, it's a base hit for Devon Torrance. There's a runner on first base with nobody out in the top of the 6th inning. Wouldn't be surprised to see James Dykstra and or Andres Briseño starting to warm up. So far, though, Baker's done well. Came in and quickly recorded a double play. Runner on first base. Here's Baker. He's set. Here's the pitch. Big wave and a miss to the high fastball on the count 0-1. Baker's someone who's thrown 100 in the past, as has James Dykstra. Both of them sit mid-90s. Baker is topped out at 96.2 on the TrackMan today. The last one coming in at 95 on the high fastball. 0-1. That pitch was low and away on another fastball. The count 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out with a runner on first base following the single from Devon Torrance. One pitch. Swing and a miss. Blew a fastball by him at 94, count 1-2. We saw a really good curveball from Patrick Baker back in the 5th inning. It was in the at-bat to Diego Goris, who ended up grounding into a double play. Wouldn't be surprised if we see it again here with 2 strikes. Trying to bury a pitch. Baker tosses to first to check on Torrance. Baker's ERA at 2.22 at this point in the season. 10 pitches, 7 strikes from the righty. 1-2 delivery upstairs, and they throw down a second, not quite in time. A solid throw from DeLuca, maybe a little bit high. Got the ball out of the mitt pretty quickly. Well, I beg your pardon, it is not Mike Williams the plate. It is Cosimo Canella. Count 2-2. Here's the pitch. Upstairs, count 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Canella to be followed by Yovan Gonzalez. 3-2 pitch. Ground ball foul, almost hit his teammate Gonzalez, who had to move out of the way quickly as it was coming right toward him. You don't want to hit your teammates there. That's not fun for anybody. Last fastball had a little extra zip on it. At 95. Scoreboard velocity is a little lower than the velocity we see on our TrackMan here. 3-2 pitch. That's upstairs, ball 4. Baker missed. And he's allowed a leadoff single and then a walk, and there are 2 on with nobody out. Still no action in the Blue Crabs bullpen.
Now batting the catcher, number 44, Yovan Gonzalez.
Yovan Gonzalez takes in from the right side. Well, game 2, it'll be Darrell Thompson, but this is a late one already, 8:30, and we're only in the top of the 6th inning. I'll tell you, the last thing anybody wants here in a doubleheader game is extra innings. No one wants extra innings because you're already playing 2 7-inning ball games. This game didn't get started until 6 p.m. So we've got a late one on our hands, everybody. A very, very late one. showing bunt, but Gonzalez pulls back. Count 1 ball and no strikes. With runners on first and second. And the count 1-0. Gonzalez to be followed by Scotty Bertram. This lineup for the Dirty Birds, certainly unique. Infielders way in on the grass, especially Jared Walker, and a bunt from Gonzalez, not a good one. Popped up foul behind home plate. The count 1-1. That last fastball from Patrick Baker, a little lower in velocity, almost like daring him to make sure he gets that bunt. Blue Crabs infield is certainly ready for it. It's a bad one. The play might be at third base. Pitch is a bunt right in front of home plate. DeLuca has one play. It's at first. That's where Raul Schock covers. DeLuca looked to third base. He saw there wasn't a play there as the third baseman Alex Crosby was in.
Second baseman, number 11, Scott Bertram.
Here comes Scott Bertram. No action in the Blue Crabs pen. It's still Patrick Baker who's got to figure this one out. 2 in scoring position with 1 out for Scott Bertram. Infield in for the Blue Crabs. Top of the 6th inning, but think of it more like the top of the 8th. First pitch to Bertram. Up and in, count 1-0. Charleston 5 and Southern Maryland 5. Baker hasn't had a ton of control issues. Did walk a batter earlier in the inning, though. That last fastball at 96. Here's the 1-0. Close, just a little outside, count 2-0. Historically, walks have been a bit of an issue for the righty, but this season less so. Velocity down a little bit, and he's made it work. 2-0 pitch. Called strike on the outside corner, count 2-1. Well, I said I was going to get to those shout-outs. Let's get there now. Southern Maryland's FCA. Let's go Blue Crabs. All right, well, thanks for tuning in and commenting. Tammy Shipley, go Blue Crabs. And then some nice words about Jared Walker after his RBI single in the first. 2-1 pitch, line drive foul toward the concourse in the count 2-2. Matt Hopeful, who is with the Blue Crabs, helping out on the YouTube chat, saying we're in game 1, not game 2 yet. Dennis Moore said, hey, everybody, from Possum Point Lodge in Jena, Louisiana. He's got a question. When it's a 7-inning game, does the 5-inning rule on pitching change go to less innings? They keep the DH? Well, as we saw earlier in this one, still 5 innings. And keep the batter for the bottom half of the 5th. 2-2 pitch, foul back. That one a little extra heat with 96 on it. On the scoreboard, might be even a little higher on our TrackMan, which has been about a half mile to 1 mile per hour faster than whatever the scoreboard radar gun is. It's been 96 throughout this at bat, according to our TrackMan. Count 2-2 on Scotty Bertram. Baker the pitch. Ground ball back to the mound. He snags it, looks back the runner at third. Now they've got him in a rundown. Crosby throws to the plate, and they got a good chance of getting the out, and they are going to get that out at third as the lead runner, as Devon Torrance, tagged out. Now, meanwhile, Cosimo Canelo has advanced to third base, and Scott Bertram to second on the fielder's choice. So they're in the same spot they were already in. Just instead of having 1 out, you got 2 outs. It's a big second out there. As Baker was up at 97 on that last fastball. Straight fuel from the righty. He can control 97 consistently. Baker has really got something special there. But second and third still for Charleston.
2 outs now, so the infield moves back. First pitch, hard fastball, called strike. Almost right down Broadway, and Scott Kelly looked at it. Don't have a lot of reaction time back there. Starting pitcher in today's ball game, Adrian Cook, was throwing 92, 93 in the first inning. And then was sub 90 after that as the 0-1 breaking ball. It's a good one on a slider, tailing low and out of the zone. That was at 87. You can throw a slider 86, 87. That's what major league teams are looking for as well. I mean, the top guys in the game, of course, can hit 90, 91, but that's sort of like a 100-mile-per-hour fastball. 1-1 pitch. Oh, it was close, maybe a little upstairs. Count 2-1. Runners on second and third, 2 outs. Tie ball game in the top of the 6th, but it's a 7-inning doubleheader, so think of it more like the top of the 8th. Patrick Baker looking to get out of this inning. Pitch, oh, really nice fastball. It paints the black on the outside edge, and the count 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Top 6. Consistently hitting 96 now on the fastball from Patrick Baker. You can bury one here, but you have to be cautious. You got to make sure that DeLuca's on the same page. So the last thing you want to do is have a wild pitch score a run from third. Pitch, this one looked close, maybe a little outside of the 96-plus-mile-per-hour fastball. The count 3-2. Nick Heath on deck. His batting average across the course of the season isn't good, but today he's 2 for 3. Pitch, foul back right toward us. Another fastball, that one clocking in at 97 from Patrick Baker. Blue Crabs righty. He's been working with a really hard fastball, and he's trying to mix in that slider a little bit. Let's see what he can get with Scott Kelly at the plate. Here's the 3-2. Popped up foul yet again behind home plate. And the count remains 3-2. At some point, if you're Scott Kelly, you get more accustomed to the lack of reaction time, I'd imagine, for a fastball like that from Baker. He's throwing 96, 97 consistently. I imagine at some point you can sort of adjust yourself to it, but if he throws a slider in the zone, it might freeze you, or you'll be way out in front. Three-two pitch, swinging a high fly ball, center field, rather deep, but definitely playable for Collier, who drifts back to right center and makes the catch for the final out. Patrick Baker using a little bit of extra velo. In the top of the 6th inning, the Blue Crabs and the Dirty Birds remain tied at 5. We go to the bottom of the 6th in the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Control Association.
I'm going to say about 140 games, I wouldn't do it more than 150, but I would say 145 or something. 145 would be it.
And why is that the magic number?
Because I feel like 100 games, some teams, are just now finding that second leg throughout the second half. And you see guys start to improve, in the bullpens and just at the dish and stuff like that. And teams really coming around, kind of like the Orioles are doing right now. But at the same time, 160, 162, you're really pushing the bodies and being everyday guys and going out there and grinding through some workouts while you're playing and keeping your body right and stuff like that. It really takes a toll on the body. And if you want to see some longevity from guys like Mike Trout and big name players, then maybe cut it back a little bit for them.
That's certainly been one of the arguments, that if you shorten the season, you get to see more of the stars. You also probably get to see a little bit more of the star pitchers as well, because they have more off days in between games.
Yeah, that would be great. You're getting, especially for a game like baseball, you know, a lot of times you show up as a fan and you don't even know if your person you're going to see or your favorite player is in the lineup that day, or if you're going to get to see him. And it puts the best squad out on the field every day more often than not, and you get a better show.
All right, Mike, thanks so much for joining us today.
Yep, thank you. I appreciate it.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
We got to listen to the end of that interview with Michael Baca, who is on deck right now. It's Jack Sundberg who will step in from the left side to get things going in the bottom of the 6th inning. A tie ball game, 5-5, as the Blue Crabs send Sundberg, Baca, and Lee to the plate here in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch, bunt from Sundberg, third base line. It's a good one. Throw to first is not in time. An infield single for Jack Sundberg on a bunt down the third base line. And there's a runner on first with nobody out as Ricardo Gomez, the new pitcher in the ballgame, allows a leadoff bunt single down the third baseline.
Now batting shortstop number 3, Michael Baca.
Well, let's see who's warming up in the pen for the Blue Crabs. Looks as though it's James Dykstra who's warming up to come in the top of the 7th inning. Now, I'm not sure if things will change. Should it be a tie game? Should the Blue Crabs have the lead? Andres Briseño right now is hanging out in the dugout with Dario Polanco. So I'm not sure exactly what the situation is. Baca shows bunt. He pulls back and takes ball 1 low. The velocity not all that high from Ricardo Gomez. Throwing just low 80s, hit mid 80s from time to time. Count 1-0 on Michael Baca. I would not be at all surprised to see Sundberg try and steal here. And now Baca bunts again. He bunts foul, though, first base side. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Blue Crabs desperate to move Sundberg from first to second. He has the wheels to do it himself, though. Trying to take a lead in the bottom of the 6th inning in what's just a 7-inning ball game today. 2 7-inning games. The second one will probably start around 9:30 given the current time. Maybe closer to 10, honestly. And the runner goes on the pitch. Called strike 2, but Sundberg takes second without a throw. Baca was willing to sacrifice himself to get Sundberg to second. And it turns out Sundberg runs on his own, and there's not even a throw down to second base as Edwin Espinal was not holding him on the bag at all. He got a great jump and ran to second without anybody even noticing, really. Count 1-2. Here's the pitch to Baca. Oh, swing and a miss, breaking ball. And it caught Baca out in front of it, and that is the first out.
Gilmore strikeout. Go for good times, go for go.
And the toast man going to start tossing out some toaster.
Braxton Lee.
And the first one, to get it? No, he dropped it. He dropped it. Incomplete. 0 for 1, and I'm not sure where that second one ended up. Looks like he's 0 for 3 right now. The completion percentage, again, very low from the toast man. Just 1 for 3 on that drive. It was a shortened drive. Not even 0 for 3, actually. Pitch, hard line drive into right field for a base hit from Braxton Lee. Sundberg waved around third. Throw to the plate. It's a perfect one. It's in time. And now tagged out at third base. And Sundberg pegged to the plate. He was way out on a terrific throw from Scott Kelly to get Sundberg in a rundown. A little bit over anxious. The Blue Crabs decide to send Sundberg around third base. After he singled to start the inning, he was on second and pegged to the plate. Sundberg runs well, but no one's going to beat that throw from Scott Kelly as Braxton Lee ripped a single into right. And it is Jack Sundberg thrown out of the plate. Well, Braxton Lee's on second now. He advanced a second on the throw to the plate. So a base hit here could still give the Blue Crabs the lead. And I think the thought process was from Ray Ortega, if you've got Sundberg running, your chances are high. Don't wait on it. Check swing, the motion down to the second base umpire, Tom Dishalong, and he said, nope, did not go. Your umpiring crew today, behind home plate, it's Andy McPherson over at first base, Greg Losh, and Tom Dishalong at second base. Pitch to Jared Walker, top foul. Jared Walker's already come through with an RBI single today. They're going to need him to come through again as James Dykstra continues to warm in the Blue Crabs bullpen. The question is, who else is available for Southern Maryland? A little surprised to not be seeing Briseño back there. He had to see if he's available tonight. He might not be available for the Blue Crabs. Two outs, count 1-1 with the runner on second base. 5-5 ball game, bottom six. Here's the pitch to Walker. Oh, big wave and a miss. Fastball upstairs, and he got him swinging. Ricardo Gomez hits 90, turned the velocity up from 83 on that last fastball, up and out of the zone. It's probably in the zone, actually. Was up, though. Walker a little under it. Runner on second. Bottom six. 2 outs. 1-2 pitch. Swinging a high fly ball straight away center field. It's Nick Heath who takes a step in, now a step back, doesn't have to move anymore, and he makes the catch overhead for the final out. Well, the Blue Crabs had a leadoff single. They had a second single in the inning, but Jack Sundberg thrown out at the plate. At the end of 6 innings of play, the Blue Crabs and the Dirty Birds remain tied at 5. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Ryan Haug, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
new pitcher enters the ball game in the top of the 7th inning. It is Charleston 5 and Southern Maryland 5. Both teams have 5 runs on 8 hits. And the first pitch to Nick Heath is a called strike in the count 0-1. The Blue Crabs had an opportunity to break through in the bottom of the 6th inning, I should say. Had a runner on second base with 1 out. Braxton Lee singled to right field. And Jack Sundberg tried to score from second, was waved around third and thrown out by a mile at the plate. 0-1 pitch. Fouled off third base side, and the count no balls and 2 strikes now on Nick Heath. As James Dykstra, hard throwing righty for the Blue Crabs, warming up for Southern Maryland. Now it's unclear who is available and who is not in the Blue Crabs bullpen tonight. I can give you the news I have and sort of go from there as far as potential availability. Count 0-2, here's the pitch. It was close, maybe just away in the count 1-2. I'll also give you the numbers on James Dykstra up until this point. The righty Dykstra, ERA of 0 so far. Last appearance, he went an inning of work. He walked 1 but struck out 2. And the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, buried it in the dirt. DeLuca tosses to Jared Walker, who's covering, and there's 1 away. A strikeout for James Dykstra in the top of the 7th, who's pitching quite well out of the bullpen for the Blue Crabs. He is an absolutely critical player for the Blue Crabs down the stretch here. Edwin Espinal, a .255 hitter with 7 home runs, is a 3-hitter in the Dirty Birds lineup. Took Latos deep in Southern Maryland. Here's the first pitch, called strike, outside corner, count 0-1. A lot of off speed from Dykstra, working with that changeup and the fastball. That had some wicked movement on the fastball on the count. 1 ball and 1 strike as it misses away. Came back from the outside and sort of curved toward the plate. Either way, count 1 ball and 1 strike. It was merely a 4-seam fastball. Looks from up here to have something extra on it. 1-1 pitch on the ground over toward first base. Fielded by Walker. The flip is to Baker, and Espinal, jogging lightly down the line, is out number 2.
Now batting, the Servpro cleanup hitter, third baseman, number 10, Alfredo Gonzalez.
And here comes Alfredo Gonzalez, who is the cleanup hitter. He says a prayer and crosses himself, now steps into the batter's box from the right side. James Dykstra and Alfredo Gonzalez in the top of the 7th inning. That last fastball to Edwin Espinal had a little extra juice on it at 96 plus. Dykstra ready. Here's the first pitch. Now, ball comes in from the bullpen over on the Dirty Birds side. Dykstra is going to flip that ball over toward the Dirty Birds dugout. You can't play with another ball on the field. You can get them mixed up. That ball hits the other ball. Latos and Billy Horn having some words. They seem cordial. Base paths are empty with 2 outs. Pitch from Dykstra. Hard fastball, a little bit low in the count 1-0. It's pretty close, honestly. Maybe a tad outside as well. One ball, no strikes on Alfredo Gonzalez. Here's the pitch. Fastball called strike. Looked a little up and in. Either way, it's a call and strike in the count 1-1. think that situation might have been one from Andy McPherson where he probably should have given the first one, instead gives the second one. This one, according to our track man, that paints the upper part of the zone. It's a strike. That's pretty funny. Alfredo Gonzalez now taps him on the back and says, come on, you're all good. And he's been thrown out of the ball game, and he just said, come on, Nick, get out. And he's been thrown out of the ball game. Who exactly that Nick was, I'm not entirely sure. I guess it's Nick Heath, the center fielder who's been thrown out of the ball game as he was giving the umpire, Andy McPherson, a piece of his mind. Now Billy Horn is upset that his two-hitter has been thrown out of the ball game after giving Andy McPherson, I guess, a few too many words. And McPherson said, come on, Nick, get out. He's been thrown out of the ball game. And I think the idea here generally is that that second pitch was up and out of the zone. Our track man doesn't say so. It looked up and in, certainly up. Our track man said up and middle. And I think that didn't probably help that DeLuca didn't really try to frame that pitch, sort of just took it as it was and was going to fire it back to Dykstra. I think he thought it was high as well. Either way, and Nick Heath has been thrown out of the ball game. And we'll have to see exactly what comes of all this. Anyway, it's Heath has been thrown out of the ball game. At least for game one, he has been. And Billy Horn not exactly thrilled about the whole situation himself, as they'll have to make a lineup card adjustment. And they'll have to find a new center fielder to enter the game as well. Heath had 2 hits in the ball game coming into the inning. He was out earlier, though, so if we go to extras, his spot might come back to the plate, but as is, probably not. Now, I've long been someone who has supported starting these doubleheader games significantly earlier. I mean, a 5:30 start time that turned into a 6 p.m. start time. That was when first pitch was thrown. And here we are in the 6th inning, this ball game moving extraordinarily slowly. We're in the 6th, and this one, or I guess the top of the 7th, and it's teetering on 3 hours in a 5-5 ball game. Count 1-1. Dykstra the pitch. Breaking ball, a little low, count 2-1. It's a really nice pitch, though. Had a lot of solid break toward the back end. We'd be seeing some change-ups from Dykstra. That looked like a curveball. We'll have to see what the TrackMan identifies it as. 2-1, foul tip from Alfredo Gonzalez, and the count 2-2. Alfredo Gonzalez, a .283 hitter with 16 home runs. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That was a slider from Dykstra. That broke low and away from Alfredo Gonzalez. There was a slider, a slurve, a curveball, what exactly it was. Whatever it was, had some really solid break on. 2-2 pitch. Another deafening breaking ball that had some crazy break toward it on the end. That's a major league caliber pitch. Dykstra's got some good velocity on the fastball as well. And that's the curveball. That's a really, really good pitch. It's low, it's out of the zone. It starts up high enough for it to be a strike as a fastball and dives at the last moment. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Base paths are empty. Dykstra the pitch. Swing and a miss in the dirt. And Alfredo Gonzalez chases after it. A 1-2-3 inning from James Dykstra. Looked about as dominant as he's been all year. In a clean inning of work with a pair of Ks. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. The Blue Crabs and the Dirty Birds remain tied at 2.
This is Nick Wells, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Come stay at the Holiday Inn Express Waldorf, where teamwork makes the dream work. A proud sponsor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and your home away from home. The Holiday Inn Express is located at 11,370 Days Court. That's 11370 Days Court, Waldorf, near the Waldorf Shoppers World Shopping Center. Call 301-932-9200 to make a reservation or look us up at ihg.com or on the IHG app. Come put your feet up and enjoy the complimentary free breakfast and indoor heated pool at the Holiday Inn Express, Waldorf.
This is Nick Wells, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
While we go to the bottom of the seventh inning, it's Alex
Come stay at the
Crosby
Holiday Inn Express,
who steps in, and the first pitch, line drive down the left field line. That ball tailing, and it's foul. Well struck by Alex Crosby about 300 feet down the left field line, and the count 0-1. James Dykstra looked dominant, to say the least, in the top of the seventh inning. I'm not sure as to whether or not Andres Briseño is available. I don't believe he was available on Sunday. And the pitch, that one skitters away from the catcher, Yovan Gonzalez, and the count 1-1 strike. 5-5 ball game, bottom of the seventh. Think of this like the bottom of the ninth, though, because it's only a 7-inning ball game. Kevin Segrist, the dominant lefty who pitched most recently in 2017 at the major league level. 1-1, called strike. It's a really good pitch, but Alex Crosby doesn't like the call. Segrist only throws about 92 or so, but played 5 years of major league ball with the Cardinals. Primarily was traded to the Pirates, or claimed off of waivers actually by the Pirates in 2018. Pitch, that's outside, and the count 2-2. Our track man puts that called strike about 4 inches off the plate. That it was away, and Crosby doesn't like some of those calls. Two-two pitch from Segrist. Line drive, left field. This ball falling, but it's the left fielder who gets there in time. That's Devon Torrance for the out. A line out to left for the first out.
Now batting center fielder number 8, Zach Collier.
So it turns out that Scott Kelly, the right fielder, goes to center, and Camino Canella enters in right. Meanwhile, Espinal, Bertram, Goris, and Gonzalez remain around the diamond. I guess Canella came in earlier as a pinch hitter
I'm not sure how he's allowed to move to right after he came in as a pinch hitter and exited once the new pitcher came in. Well, no matter what happened, now Canella's listed in 2 different spots. This is confusing to say the least. Pitch called strike, and the count 0-1 on Zach Collier. The count, no balls, 1 strike. Nobody out. And the issue here for everybody involved is you got 2 great pitchers duking it out, and we might just go to extras in a game that's already been very long in game 1. And we have game 2 to still get to. Pitch is low and in the dirt. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike on Zach Collier. Well, I said 10 p.m. might be a target start time for game 2. That might be generous. We might not get this thing started till 10:30. Now, I know the title of our video currently says games 1 and game 2. But that might not be true. We might have to cut the stream and restart for game 2. 1-1 pitch. It's a swing and a miss in the count 1-2. So stay tuned for that. We'll keep you posted. Donnie Geeky says, let's go Blue Crabs. Get steamed watching from Powder Springs, Georgia. Donnie, we always love to hear from you. It was good to meet you down in Gastonia as well. Any other fans who come to some games, come on, please let us know, and we'd love to talk with you and get to know some of our listeners. 1-2 pitch upstairs, count 2-2 from Segrist on Collier. A trio, a duo of lefty-lefty matchups here. Wes Mumper says, let's go, guys, watching from the reg. Here's the 2-2. Low in the dirt, it gets past the catcher, Jovan Gonzalez, once more, and Collier stops it from rolling back onto the field and puts it over toward the Charleston dugout. 5-5, bottom 7. This is the last inning, though, in game 1 of a doubleheader. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes with nobody on to Zach Collier with Joe DeLuca, who's on deck. He bats from the right side against the lefty, Kevin Segrist. 3-2. Low, it's ball 4. So a runner on first base and 2 outs. 1 out. No, it is 2 outs. Crosby started the inning. There is 1 out. I beg your pardon. Our scoreboard shows 2. Just 1 out. Runner on first base for Joe DeLuca. Yeah, the scoreboard says 2. There definitely is only 1 out, though. And the pitch to DeLuca. Ground ball through the left side. It's a base hit. Base runners go station to station. So Collier from first to second, DeLuca on, and now there are runners on first and second with 2 outs, and the Blue Crabs send James Dykstra to the plate. There's only 1 away with runners on first and second. I could see Dykstra trying to lay down a bunt here and move those base runners over, or maybe he'll swing away. I don't know. I definitely suspect a bunt to try to move Collier within 90 feet. And the umpires confer and agree there's only 1 out. There's not 2. With runners on first and second. Pitch, that's low. 5-5 ball game in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Blue Crabs are looking for their 4th consecutive win, have an opportunity to walk this one off on the road. That is probably a first. Pitch, that's low and in, count 2-0 on James Dykstra. If you're Kevin Segrist, attack the strike zone. And this is just complete lack of control. He's thrown 13 pitches, 8 balls and 5 strikes. The control not there for the former big leaguer who's been virtually automatic this year. Count 2 balls and no strikes, 1 out. Runners go, pitch is low, throw down to third is not in time. Oh, is he called out? No, he's safe. Definitely safe at third base, and he is called safe. I don't know who yelled out, but it was not one of the umpires. Somebody yelled out from the stands.
Either way, the count is 3 balls and no strikes with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th inning. Runners on second and third. The Blue Crabs, their pitcher, has an opportunity to drive in a run. The infield is in. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. A breaking ball was low and out of the zone, and Dykstra swings through it. The lefty throwing to the righty. That pitch was low, it was out of the zone. It's close, but it was a ball 4, and it would have brought Raul Shah to the plate. Trying to give the Blue Crabs an opportunity to walk this one off. Pitch popped up foul behind home plate, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes now. But if Dykstra can hit a fly ball here to the outfield, that could be enough to give the Blue Crabs the game winner. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out on the right-handed pitcher. Three-2 from Segrist. Foul ball back behind home plate toward the netting, and the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Runners on second and third. The only one that's important is Collier. He's the runner on third base right now. I'd imagine he's probably going on contact with DeLuca behind him, so that if Collier is caught in a rundown, DeLuca can advance to third base. Three-two pitch. Inbound. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Dykstra goes down on strikes, and there are 2 away in the bottom of the 7th inning. Well, Dykstra, the pitcher, came up in a big moment. And this is a situation where the decision Stan Clyburn made earlier in the ball game to pinch hit for Ian Yetzko with the bases loaded and 2 outs, down a run. Well, now it comes back to bite you a little bit as Harris wasn't available for this opportunity. First pitch now to Raul Shah, swing and a miss, count 0-1. Runners on second and third with 2 outs. Raul Shah hitting .228 on the year. Bottom of the 7th, this is the final inning before extras. Segrist the pitch. It's inside, count 1-1. So it appears as though Briseño's not available tonight, unless they're saving him for game 2, although I sort of doubt that. Count 1 ball, 1 strike on Shah. Segrist set. Here's the pitch. Upstairs and inside, count 2-1. That wasn't close. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs now as Shah digs back in. The Blue Crabs and Dirty Birds are tied at 5. Segrist gets a sign from his catcher. Here's the 2-1. Swinging a pop-up foul from Raul Shah, count 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 5-5 ball game in the bottom of the 7th with 2 in scoring position. The Blue Crabs only need 1, whether it's a wild pitch or a pass ball. Well, a base hit here from Raul Shah. And here comes the 2-2 pitch to Shah. Inbound. Up and in, ball 3. Couple of fans screaming. They wanted strike 3. I think that was up. With the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. The catcher, Jovan Gonzalez, didn't try to frame it or anything. He thought that was up. Didn't appear to, at least. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom 7, runners on second and third. Pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Raul Shah down swinging to end the bottom of the 7th inning. The Blue Crabs had the leadoff man on. They had 2 on with 1 out. They had a runner on third base with 1 out, but James Dykstra, the relief pitcher, had a bat. He strikes out. And from there, Raul Shah, also victim of the strikeout, to end things in the bottom of the 7th. We go to the top of the 8th. It's extra innings now as part of this doubleheader. It's already running very late. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Well, Diego Goris enters the ball game in the top of the 8th inning. Runner on second starts. And it is Alfredo Gonzalez. First pitch now from Dykstra is upstairs in the count 1-0. He did not have his velocity on that pitch. Something must have slipped out of his hand. As the count 1 ball and no strikes to get things going in the top of the 8th. 5-5 ball game. We've got extra innings in game 1 of this doubleheader. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's outside, and the count 2 balls and no strikes. The real issue here is that we got to play 2 tonight. You know, only one thing, if this game's running a little long or playing 1 and finish up around 10 o'clock, we have a second game to get to after this. Approximately 45 minutes after the conclusion of game 1, we have game 2. Well, the count is now 2-0 to Diego Goris. Dykstra was throwing 96 his first inning of play, and now the 2-0 pitch. That's upstairs, count 3-0. Runner on second base. Still no outs. Runner on second, of course, automatic as the 3-0 pitch. Had the green light and he swings and misses at a high fastball on the count 3-1. I think the idea was to get a big piece of hitting on that one from Diego Goris, but he fans on it. And the count 3-1. Fastball was up and out of the zone. Devon Torrance on deck. Then it will be time for the pinch hitter or the pitcher, depending on what they go with. And a 3-1. Swinging a line drive, very well struck down the right field line. That will tailing foul at the last moment toward the top of a picnic tent. And the count 3-2. That one on the concourse level. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Tied at 5 in extras. It's game 1 of a doubleheader. Alfredo Gonzalez on second base has a short lead. A base hit would probably be enough here. Velocity is down from Dykstra. There's really no question about that. He was up 95, 96. In the top of the 7th, he's 92, 93. Touching 94 now. In the top of the 8th pitch, breaking ball, swinging a line drive foul, third base side. That breaking ball doesn't have the same break on it either. We were seeing there was really sharp action on that curveball. Not seeing quite the same here. That ball is also sort of left out over the plate. Didn't bury it low and out of the zone. Wasn't hanging per se, but definitely didn't have the same action it's had and it had back in the 7th. Here's the pitch, 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Oh, that was beautiful. A terrific curveball. And it gets Goris swinging. As it cuts low and out of the strike zone, there's 1 out. So after falling behind in the count 3-0 to Diego Goris, he works back and strikes him out. There is 1 away in the top of the 8th. It's a big first out. You can't execute the sacrifice bunt, get the runner to third, try to get a sacrifice fly, and get the run in any way you can. He's going to need either some help from the Blue Crabs defense or a base hit. Wild pitch, a pass ball, an error, or a hit. That's what he's going to need at this point. You can't get 2 outs and score the run anymore. First pitch of Torrance. Oh, it's a really nice breaking ball in there for a called strike. Well, looks like Segrist, his time's up. As there is a pinch hitter on deck. We'll let you know who that is as soon as we have official word, but it's not Segrist. It's Tyler Blum. Count 0-1. Pitch. Oh, another really nice breaking ball, and he swings through it. Count 0-2. I mean, these pitches that are out of the zone and have some crazy breaking action on them. Diving out of the strike zone. And crossing up these batters for the Dirty Birds. 3 strikeouts so far for Dykstra. Here's the pitch. Swinging a high fly ball, left field, coming in, it's Jack Sundberg. He's got a beat on that ball, and he makes the catch for the 2nd out. 2 up and 2 down here in the top of the 8th inning. In a 5-5 ball game. Runner on second base, the inherited runner for Dykstra, coming into the ball game here in extra innings as Tyler Blum enters. Blum a catcher, but he's a pinch hitter in this situation. 256 hitter, he has 16 RBIs, 1 home run, a 701 OPS. And he's got Alfredo Gonzalez on second, and by Blum entering, it means that Segrist is exiting. And the first pitch, hard fastball, outside corner. The velocity back up now for Dykstra. That one 95-96. Kevin Segrist has exited. Tyler Blum has entered. There is action now in the Dirty Birds bullpen. 0-1. Line drive, right field. This one going back to the wall. It's Lee who can't get there. It's a fair ball and it's extra bases. Alfredo Gonzalez scores. The throw comes in toward third base. It is not in time. An RBI triple for Tyler Blum. And the Dirty Birds have a 6-5 lead in the top of the 8th. And the Blue Crabs can't believe it. I think they're petitioning it's a foul ball. I'm honestly not quite sure what the issue is. No matter what it is, there's a runner on third base. It's 6-5 Charleston. They pulled ahead in the top of the 8th inning. The decision by manager Billy Horn to pinch hit Tyler Blum for Kevin Segrist pays off in a big way as he has a go-ahead RBI triple to right. And Dykstra has allowed the first run of his career with the Blue Crabs. And he's been terrific up until this point. He looked outstanding in this ball game prior to that one. The velocity was back up towards 95, 96 here in the top of the 8th after it started off a little lower. His breaking ball was working perfectly. With a 95-mile-an-hour fastball punched the other way to the corner. First pitch now to Jovan Gonzalez is a called strike, and there's really no option other than to shake it off and move on. Well, meanwhile, the Blue Crabs need to get out of this inning. Surrender to run, okay. It's not the biggest deal. It's an unearned run, or it will be unless the next run scores. Pitch line drive right to first, and it is caught by Jared Walker. So the inherited runner from second scores. Dykstra allows a triple, and the Blue Crabs now trail 6-5. At the end of the top of the 8th, it's the Dirty Birds on top by 1 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Are you in the market for a new roof? Well, give William Richmond Inc. a call and get serviced by Southern Maryland's premier roofing contractor. Locally owned and operated, William Richmond Inc. is licensed, bonded, and insured, and has a 5-star rating on HomeAdvisor. They care about their work almost as much as they care about your home. Call 443-432-3426 today for a free estimate, or go to WilliamRichmondInc.com. Don't forget to mention the Blue Crabs and save 10% on any service. Come stay at the Holiday Inn Express Waldorf, where teamwork makes the dream work. A proud sponsor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and your home away from home. The Holiday Inn Express is located at... Well, Jack Sundberg comes to the plate in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Sundberg, Baca, and Lee do up with Raul Shah on second base. Nate Peden is the new pitcher. He's on the mound. with a 6.23 earned run average. And the pitch is fouled back, and the count 0-1. 93 on the fastball from Peden. As the Blue Crabs have Raul Shah on second base, down a run in the bottom of the 8th inning. Oh, it's the side-winding righty who is warming up in the Blue Crabs bullpen. The Blue Crabs are down a few arms tonight, clearly. 0-1 pitch. Line drive, right field side, foul. Blue Crabs have Cody Strayer warming up. I guess Nick Wells isn't available either. And we're going down this list of the bullpen. Baker pitched. Dykstra pitched. Strayer is set to come in. Aside from them, Briseño, Geeky, Latos, Polanco last pitched on Sunday, and then there's Nick Wells. I guess none of them are available. 0-2 pitch is up and away in the count 1-2. And Strayer's stuff is certainly looking better as the season's gone along. His velocity's up. He was talking to me about this earlier today, that velocity's up to the upper 80s after he took a little while to get that velocity up after just joining the team in August. And the 1-2. Oh, it's a called strike 3. Sundberg can't believe it, and he's saying it's a bad call. Looked outside. He's like, you got to look at it. And he's saying it was way outside. He's like, use your eyes. And the home plate umpire not having it. Andy McPherson. When you're in the 8th inning like this, you know, you're going to argue with the umpire a little bit. The worst thing you can do is get thrown out of the ball game for the last inning of the game. That wasn't close, and it was outside. Our track man had about 3 inches off the plate. 2 to 3 inches out. That's a ball. That's a ball. And Sundberg not happy with it. And one could make the claim that you got to swing at a pitch close to the zone with 2 strikes, but that's out of the zone. Pitch to Baca, top foul behind home plate. Baca 0 for 4 today, but he could make up for it with a base hit here with a runner on second base and 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. Peden's got the first out, but the Blue Crabs looking to come through in the bottom of the 8th inning. The other question mark for Southern Maryland is, what do you do after this? In game 2, I mean, I guess Thompson's got to go the distance. 0-1 pitch, called strike, count 0-2. So I guess it's all hands on deck for game 1, but if Thompson struggles, I guess he's still going the distance in game 2. A bullpen for Southern Maryland that clearly is not 100%. Appears as though they only have 4 available arms in total. 0-2 pitch. Upstairs, count 1-2. Was not made aware before the game that Briseño would be unavailable, but clearly he is. And then Wells must also be out of the picture. I mean, Dykstra pitched well for the most part. He's going to get charged with an unearned run, along with 3 strikeouts. 1-2 pitch to Baca, top foul. Third base side, Nate Peden, who has struggled this year, allowed 4 runs in his last appearance. Gets a strikeout on a pitch that was off the plate to Jack Sundberg. A called strike 3 by the home plate umpire, Nate McPherson. Beg your pardon, Andy McPherson. Runner on second base, 1 out. 1-2, called strike 3. Back-to-back punch-outs for Nate Peden as Michael Baca goes down looking at a pitch that was a fastball. I think he thought it was going to break off the plate, but it's strike 3, and there are 2 away. Well, you'd have to think if Braxton Lee can get a base hit here, you're going to send Shaw to the plate. Shaw is not the fastest runner on this team, but Get a base hit in this sort of situation. Got to send him to try to tie this ball game. Pitch. That's up and away. Count 1 ball and no strikes. 2 outs. Bottom 8. Blue Crabs down to their final out. They're the home team here in game 1 of this doubleheader before they will be the road team to follow. In game 2. Here is the 1-0 pitch. That's a ball. It's low. It's 2-0. For Nate Peden, it's not the worst thing in the world if you walk Braxton Lee. You don't want to face one of the guys with the highest batting averages on the team. I mean, Jared Walker is a very good hitter in his own right. He's got an RBI single to his name, but the batting average for Walker at 233 compared to 310 for Lee. And Walker is that power threat, though, so if Lee does get on base and walks, per se, something in the alley would probably be the game winner for the Blue Crabs, but might not want to risk a single here, and that's Braxton Lee's specialty. 2-0 pitch upstairs, count 3-0. Peden seems to be working around the lefty. If you're down in the count 3-0 with the base open, it might be a smart idea to just give him ball 4. You don't want to risk trying to work back an account and Lee punishing you with extra bases. 3-0. That's a called strike. Lee says, come on, that's not close. It wasn't close. And he's saying to Andy McPherson, that's not a strike. And this has been a poor umpiring job by McPherson tonight. There have been a lot of pitches out of the zone. He's called strikes. That's 3-4 inches out of the zone. I mean, we see it on my TrackMan right now. It's not close. That's a clear ball. But he calls it strike 1 anyway. And now the 3-1 pitch from Nate Peden. That's outside. Is that ball 4? I guess it is ball 4. Lee clearly disappointed, and Andy McPherson, the home plate umpire, he's having a tough time tonight. He calls a strike 3 pitch on Jack Sundberg that was clearly off the plate. And instead of having a 3-2 count coming up, it's a strikeout. And instead of having 1 out and a 3-2, and now having a runner on first base, you have 2 outs and 2 on. But it's Jared Walker at the plate here. See if he can try to get a base hit. Now, because Shaw doesn't have great speed, I don't think the Blue Crabs are going to be involved with a double steal here, but it would make sense typically to put the go-ahead run in scoring position. The winning run in this case. Walker, the lefty, against the righty Nate Peden. Again, any base hit, you'd have to think Shaw's going to be sent to the plate. Unless, I mean, there's really no chance he gets, unless he's out 100% of the plate. You're going to try to make that throw. Pitch. Hard fastball. Swing and a miss. Count no balls and 1 strike on Jared Walker. With 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th, the Blue Crabs down to their final out. Count 0-1 on the lefty. Pitch, swing and a miss. Count 0-2, and Jared Walker falls behind in the count. Nate Peden trying to get the save here in game 1, and the Blue Crabs' 3-game winning streak. Walker digs back in. Taps home plate 4 or 5 times. Stares down the pitcher, Nate Peden. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Blue Crabs behind by a run. 0-2 pitch upstairs, count 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Blue Crabs 1 strike away from falling here in game 1 of this doubleheader, and game 1 of what's a 4-game set with the Charleston Dirty Birds. But the winning run's also on first. Tying run on second. Blue Crabs haven't been able to get good contact in this inning. 1-2. Line drive foul behind home plate. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes. In fact, the Blue Crabs haven't put a ball in play in this inning. Jack Sundberg was called out on strikes on a pitch that was out of the zone. He was visibly upset with the call. Michael Baca called out on strikes. That pitch was in the strike zone. Braxton Lee then walked on 5 pitches. And the count 1-2. Pitch, that's up and away. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Blue Crabs down by a run in the bottom of the 8th. This is extra innings in the first half of 2 games as part of a doubleheader. 2-2, check swing, did he go? No, he did not. No, he did not. Check swing, he held up. And I thought he might have held up. It was very, very close. Count now 3-2 on Walker. This completely changes the whole complexion of this at-bat. Count 3-2 now. It would bring up Alex Crosby. That would put the tying run in scoring position if Walker does in fact walk. But the count 3-2. Walker's gone down on strikes twice. He also has a single and an RBI. A base hit here would tie the game. A base hit to the alley might win the game for the Blue Crabs. But at the same time, Nate Peden is 1 strike away from winning this ball game. A lot on the line on this 1 pitch. Bottom of the 8th. Peden comes set. Here's the 3-2. Foul back. Pitch number 7 in the at-bat. Basically every pitch has been in the same spot here from Nate Peden. Everything's been outside corner, up a little bit, all in that same general area. And Walker's been taking these pitches more recently. That was number 7, the pitch number 7 on the at-bat. Here comes pitch number 8 from Nate Peden with runners on first and second, 2 outs. Payoff pitch. Here's the offering. It's outside. It's ball 4. The Blue Crabs have the bases loaded in the bottom of the 8th with 2 outs.
Now batting third baseman number 15, Alex Crosby.
Bases loaded, 2 outs. Bottom of the 8th inning, 6-5. Charleston over Southern Maryland. Shaw represents the tying run. He's on third base. A wild pitch, a pass ball. He could come in and score. Braxton Lee's on second. He's the winning run. Walker at first base is rather pointless other than he adds to the force out. First pitch called strike on the inside corner. That was certainly a strike, and the count 0-1 on the leadoff hitter, I beg your pardon, not the leadoff hitter, on Alex Crosby. It's Zach Collier who's on deck for the Blue Crabs. He's the last batter who could bat in this inning. No one else will bat. These are the last 2. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not, as the pitch was low and out of the zone. And Crosby managed to check his swing. That was awfully close. That one he might have gone around on. It was very, very close, but third base umpire who's watching intently. Third base umpire is Tom Disharoon. And he said no, he did not. Count 1 ball and 1 strike now on the lefty Alex Crosby. As we hit 9:41 in the evening. 1 ball, 1 strike. On the ground, this one to first base. Edwin Espinal is going to flip to the bag. Peden wins the race, and that's your ball game. The Charleston Dirty Birds work out of a bases loaded 2 outs jam in the bottom of the 8th inning to win game 1 of the doubleheader. Well, that's going to do it. James Dykstra pitched quite well in relief. He went 2 innings, has not allowed an earned run. He struck out 3 in the process, but he's the one who's going to get the loss tonight. Patrick Baker, an inning and 2/3, did not strike anybody out, allowed just 1 hit and 1 walk. Adrian Cook, on the other hand, he did struggle a little bit tonight. 4 1/3 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs, all 5 earned, and 2 walks. Well, we're getting toward 10 p.m. in the evening. I don't know if they're going to want to talk and see if we want to do game 2 tomorrow or doubleheader tomorrow. I don't think so. I think we got to play 2 tonight because we played 8 innings today. Either way, the Charleston Dirty Birds are winners in Game 1. The Blue Crabs fall to 75-38 with the loss. It'll be Darryl Thompson going in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Blue Crabs fall 6-5. We are going to end this broadcast and start a new broadcast. The reason being that this broadcast is going to time out because it's so late. So we do have to start a new broadcast. We'll get that underway shortly, but the Blue Crabs fall in Game 1 by a score of 6-5. Thank you, everybody, for watching tonight, and we'll be back with you shortly for Game 2 of this doubleheader. We finish every broadcast, as always, with Let's Go Blue Crabs. Don't go anywhere, everybody.